Ok. Så vi har noen internasjonale folk hos oss. Det greit om jeg og noen av oss snakker på engelsk? Eller ønsker dere at jeg tar alt på norsk, så kan noen oversette? Greit? Tommel opp, tommel ned. Tommel opp. English? Okay, all right. So to some of you, welcome back, and to some of others, welcome to your first day of this weekend seminar. My name is Saya, to those who don't know, and I will be the presenter of this wonderful seminar. Yesterday we had fantastic speakers who showed us great work, and usually when we say art, it's associated with elitism because it requires a lot of money to create, and then the amount of grants and stuff like that is always limited and so specific what you can apply for. But what our speakers yesterday showed was that it doesn't always just require money or coming from a rich place. It actually requires a lot of patience as well as burning for some. And then Marco also showed us that you could also do it illegally and steal some stuff and not wait for approval. But another thing is that oftentimes when we talk about art, we say it's so subjective, it's artistic, it's creative, but we forget the scientific part of it. You know, like DJs always, or sometimes sync the beat with the tempo of your heart. We forget the chemical process that painters have to go through or wait for. Hairdressers, what they do is they check out what hair type you have and how it works with gravity, and based on that they angle the scissors so that your hair falls down the right way. And today some of our speakers will talk about the philosophical side of it, the maybe political and social side of it, but also the scientific aspect of what art can bring. Our first speaker is Brit, Dyrnes. She works and is based in Trondheim and Bjørnådal. Her expertise is within ceramic sculpture, which she's been working with the past 40-50 years. Her education is from the Arts Academy in Trondheim, as well as the Staatliche Akademie der Blinden Künste Stuttgart, which I assume is in Germany. And since 1985, she's created over 40 public sculptures and, let's say, piece of work. We are so lucky because she's going to create something for our art house or house of culture, Normoria, and I will welcome her to the stage. It's all yours.
Hei, og takk for i går. God morgen. Jeg har med meg Anita som skal trykke på de rette knappene for meg. Ja, oi, nå må jeg ha koden min nå, vet du. Skal vi se, det var det da. Sånn. Ok. Jeg snakker på norsk, rett og slett. Det fordi at da uttrykker jeg meg best. Fordi at jeg kan snakke engelsk, men da blir det trønderengelsk uansett. Ja. Nå det sånn at jeg skal i dag ikke vise noe av mine egne verk. For det ikke derfor jeg her og invitert til seminaret her. Nå det slik at jeg har bodd og jobbet hovedsakelig i Trondheim i hvert fall 40 år. Ellers så reiser jeg rundt også i verden og jobber litt forskjellige plasser. Men min bakgrunn i Trondheim. Og der har jeg vært med og igangsatt forskjellige ting. Blant annet Trondheim Open. Jeg har igangsatt et studiofellesskap som heter Atelier Ilsvika, hvor det nå i dag 60 stykker som jobber, og det arkitekter, det fotografer, det designere, det skribenter, kunstnere av forskjellige art. Jeg jobber ofte i tverrfaglige team. Og jeg har også jobbet veldig mye fagpolitisk arbeid opp gjennom alle årene. Jeg har sittet mye i styre og stell, og det på en måte trodde jeg at jeg sluttet med for 4 år tilbake. Og da bestemte jeg meg for at jeg skulle flytte til Sunadalen. Det fordi at jeg bor på hytta, stort sett, der. Men jeg har bostedsadresse i Trondheim. Når man er gift, så må man ha en adresse med mann, og så har jeg arbeidsadresse i Sunadalen på Kvanne, og jeg bor på Stangvik, som det heter. Det 1,5 time herifra. Så bestemte jeg meg for å flytte der, og hvorfor gjorde jeg det? Forskjellige årsaker. Men jeg tenkte, hva skjer når jeg gjør et sceneskifte? Hva skjer det med meg som kunstner når jeg jobber i en annen setting og med andre omgivelser? Hva gjør fjord og fjell for meg eller med meg? Hvordan berører det meg som kunstner? Derfor, det var en av grunnene. Kommer tilbake til en annen grunn. Nå er det slik at når jeg flyttet dit da, for 3-4 år tilbake, så plutselig så fikk jeg en telefon fra Eigunn, som er her, som var da kultursjef i Kristiansund kommune, og ble spurt om jeg kunne tenke meg å komme og sitte i kunstutvalget her i Kristiansund kommune. Ok, ja, på'n igjen, liksom, på en måte. Ja, så tenkte jeg det. Hva vet jeg om Kristiansund? Egentlig ikke så mye da. Litt mer nå, men jeg er en innflytter. Ok. Når jeg kom her til Kristiansund, noe av det første som møtte meg, eller jeg møtte, det var Karl. Jeg må bare si det, Karl, at hva du gjør, du er jo på en måte en privatperson som har inntatt Kristiansund kommune eller by, og hva du bidrar med, det er bare fortjener all verdens applaus, og ja. Det var altså, tenkte jeg, for vi hadde akkurat da, nettopp for noen få år tilbake, fått kunsthall i Trondheim. Det hadde vært en lang prosess, og så fikk vi en fantastisk kunsthall, spennende prosjekt, og så kommer jeg her, så er det faktisk kunsthall Kristiansund. Jeg tenkte, har de virkelig klart det, liksom? Og hvorfor har de klart det? Jo, på grunn av Karl, som har tatt et privat initiativ, og som bare gønner på uansett, koste hva det koste vil, og at du i dag har arrangert dette seminaret, det er bare så storslått. Og jeg tenker, som en Lars sa i går, hvor er kommunen? Ja, i dag ser jeg jo at kommunen er her. Det var et par fra kommunen i går. I dag er det flere, og takk for det. Fordi her skulle jagge med alle politikerne ha vært. For det er dem som sitter på pengesekken, som bestemmer, fordi en ting er jo hva vi gjør som kunstnere, ikke sant? Med ideer, med innspill. Trygve og Charlotte klarte det, de gjorde det, og de skulle si, nesten betalt fra egen lomme. Altså, jeg skjemmes på vegne av at mange ganger at hvor det offentlige Norge i forhold til kunst og kultur tilstedeværelse for det offentlige da. Så savner faktisk politikerne her i dag. Ok, klarer vi å gå videre? I hvert fall så var det jo sånn at Karl etablerte seg litt lenger ned i gatene her, og vi var innom og fikk oppleve spennende ting, og bare gå videre da, Anita. Og samtalene med deg og det du gjorde bare, og hva du fortsatt gjør. Ok, det var Kunsthallen. Så hva visste jeg mer om Kristiansund? Jo, fordi i at Lilsvika der har jobbet og satt i gang, i første etasjen der norsk fotofagskole, så jeg visste at her i Kristiansund så var Nordic Light. Og at det var noe som var viktig, og som foregår hvert år, og som betydningsfull for en del av det visuelle kunstfeltet. Så hvorfor det blir sånn, jeg vet ikke, men... Ok. Ja, du får bare være litt magisk, Anita, så ordner det seg. Ok, men i hvert fall, Nordic Light jo en del av hva som foregår her på kunstfeltet i Kristiansund. Og det foregår, vær så god, det jo da rundt omkring i byen, og det seminarer, det utstillinger, veldig mange kommer hit og får oppleve Nordic Light. Så det jo med å sette Kristiansund på, hva skal jeg si, kan vi si, kulturkartet da, kunstkartet. Så har vi jo også da blant annet operaen i Kristiansund, og operaen i Kristiansund jo faktisk noe av det viktigste operamiljøet i Norge. Utenom Oslo så det jo faktisk her det foregår. Så, og utover det så det jo det mange ting som foregår egentlig i Kristiansund. På musikkfronten, på den yngre arena og så videre. Så det faktisk, når man begynner på en måte å lete og spore opp, så foregår det mange ting, satellitter i byen. Bare for å ha sagt det da. Ok, så ble jeg da spurt om å sitte i Kunstkomiteen her i Kristiansund, og det handler om at vi som kunstnere, vi tar på oss samfunnsoppdrag også. Ikke sant? Vi får ting, altså vi sitter i styre og stell, og da fikk jeg da forespørsel om det, og tenkte ja, for jeg visste at i løpet av den perioden jeg skulle sitte, i 4 år, så ville det komme til å skje en del spennende ting i byen her. Og i en sånn komité så sitter jo fra administrasjonen på kommunen, på kulturavdelingen, det sitter politiker, det sitter arkitekt, det sitter kunsthistoriker og en representant fra ungdommen. Det vi som sitter på en måte og skal ha litt oversikt. Vi holder på akkurat nå å utarbeide ny kunstplan for Kristiansund kommune. Og det betyr, det ikke alle kommuner som har det, men nå har det begynt å komme mer og mer rundt i Norge, og spesielt i større byer. Ikke sant? Men på mindre plasser så mangler sånne planer. Men nå utvikles det, og det lages, og det skal jo politisk behandles. Derfor synes jeg det også synd at det ikke politikere her. De skulle ha vært her. Vårt samfunnsoppdrag da nå, det jo på å skal ha mening og være med og synse om det som handler om det kommunale offentlige rom i Kristiansund kommune. Det liksom hovedgreia. Vi har hatt også en del penger til å kjøpe inn, hva skal jeg si, kunst fra kunst, god kunst av profesjonelle kunstnere, som vi har hatt en pott og vi kan kjøpe inn. Fordi vi skal jo også forvalte barnehager, skoler, det kommunale bygg, blant annet. Og vi skal også gi oppdrag til kunstnere og konsulenter også, som skal ta for seg kunst i rommet, inn eller ute. I alle fall, det som da, det første ble da introdusert for, det i Kristiansund her, det var jo Campus, det nye prosjektet, som skal da bli for høyere utdanning, forskning og innovasjon i Kristiansund sentrum. Det PIR 2 arkitekter i Trondheim som arkitektene for prosjektet. Det begynt å bygge nede på havna, men det fase 1, fase 2, fase 3. Sånn det. Det blir her. Og det her jo et bygg som ikke kommunalt, men det står på kommunal grunn. Men det altså utbyggerne andre enn kommunen. Slik at i forhold til det med kunst her, så har vi vært i dialog med utbyggerne, men det handler da fra deres side også om prioriteringer. Og per i dag det ikke i hvert fall bestemt nå i forhold til det indre miljøet så langt, og hva som skal skje ut på det kommunale grunnen, der vi fremdeles bare på tenkeplan, men, du kan ta neste, men det et uteområde, det et areal ute, hvor det landskapsarkitekter som har planlagt det, og hvordan det skal bli, men det vi ønsker jo at det skal tilrettelegges for mulighet for temporære prosjekt i byen her. Ikke sant? Slik at så nå det liksom masse som skjer. Det uthuset som står ute på kaja her, skal jeg si, det jo et hus, et skur. Vi ser for oss at det kan være også et space for ting som skal se eller kunne skje. Ja. Så det her da hvordan det per i dag tenkt, hvordan altså arkitektene og landskapsarkitektene på en måte har tatt grep. Ok, så det andre huset som, eller hva skal jeg si, det store Normoria, som nå planlagt, og skal stå ferdig i 2025. Og det jo bare på Skrove gata her, så ligger det nye kunst- og kulturhuset som på gang og skal opp og stå og opp og gå. Og Eigunn, som styreleder for Normoria, skal formidle og fortelle om det huset etterpå. Jeg skal fortelle litt, fordi der har vi i dag utarbeidet en kunstplan for innendørskunst. Det skal jeg presentere for dere nå. Fordi jeg sitter også som konsulent for det bygg og anlegget der. Normoria et gammelt navn på Nordmøre på latin. Navnet finner vi igjen på Carta Marina, et kart over Norden, laget i Venezia på 1500-tallet. Med et historisk navn på Nordmøre har vi en kobling til Nordmøre museum. Samtidig kan man assosiere navnet med Soria Moria og eventyrene og bøkenes verden. Derav navnet Normoria. Greit. Nordmøre museum, Operaen i Kristiansund, Kristiansund bibliotek og Kristiansund kulturskole skal nå samles under ett og samme tak. Fordi de 4 institusjonene plassert rundt omkring i byen. Nå skal de alle sammen flytte sammen i det store anlegget her. Og hva visjonen? Jo, Kulturhuset skal styrke kulturlivet i Kristiansund og omheng og karakteriseres som et viktig byutviklingsprosjekt. Dette huset vil jo være både regionalt, forhåpentligvis få et nasjonalt renommé og internasjonalt. Her er det mange muligheter. Vi står ved første step nesten. Ok. Jeg skal ikke gå så veldig mye inn på det arkitektoniske sånn sett, men det er Henning Larsen, arkitekter i Danmark, som er hovedarkitekter. Og så er det da, har vært flere år og mange prosesser, ja. Men i hvert fall Henning Larsen, som i utgangspunktet er hovedarkitekter, og som har trekket opp de store linjene for huset. Og, ja, det Sten. Ja. Eigunn, takk. Fordi det har vært så mange, jeg er ikke helt innenfor, men Eigunn er arkitekt og sitter også i Kunstkomiteen sammen vi da. Så flott at du supplerer for alt ikke jeg kan i hvert fall. Det er bra. Nei, i hvert fall så har jo vi hatt en lang prosess, altså en hva skal jeg si, utsmykningskomité, eller hva skal jeg si, kunst i huset her, består jo av brukere, arkitekter, representanter fra stedet, og meg som kunstkonsulent har vært. Og det har vært, vi har hatt på 1,5 år, og gått gjennom mange kunstnere, og i fellesskap landet på de kunstnerne, 4 kunstnere som jeg skal presentere nå, som skal være med og prege bygget sammen med oss og arkitektene. Nå ser dere bare litt grann fra hvordan en mulighetsskisse, kan man si, fra arkitektene. Dette vil jo bli da operasalen, som skal huse, jeg husker ikke hvor mange 500-600 plasser i hvert fall, men i hvert fall det er operasalen med opera, teater, hva som helst. Det som arkitektene har tegnet inn her, det er jo da en lysekrone. Det her er jo bare som sagt skissa, sant? Men i hvert fall så har vi nå invitert inn Katinka Mælum. Bare gå videre. Katinka Mælum jobber med glass og bor og jobber i Lofoten. Og hun er invitert til å jobbe med lysekrona eller lysekronene i bygget. Vær så god, bare gå videre. Katinka er en av våre yngre kunsthåndverkere, samtidskunsthåndverkere, og jobber med glass, og har gjort en del spennende verk, og derfor har vi landet på hun som en av de inviterte kunstnerne. Vær så god. Og hun jobber med glass og lys. Og nå er det kunstnerne i dag får kanskje kontraktene sine i helga her, så dere skjønner at det her er så ferskt, det er så nytt, og de skal da levere skisser til høsten, som da komiteen skal på en måte videre, eller gå i dialog med. Vi har jo spesifikke møter med hver enkelt av kunstnerne underveis en prosess når det gjelder offentlig arbeid, ikke sant? Ok. Så har vi da Jon Pettersen som tekstilkunstner, jobbet som professor i Bergen på Kunsthøgskolen der i mange år. Han har gått av faktisk med pensjon, men han jobber tett på Tingvoll, på Krivi veveri, og han har fått oppdraget til å lage sceneteppe. Og det her nå viser bare fordi at det her er jo også, det er bare skisser og tenkte muligheter. Hvordan det blir, aner vi ikke ennå. Men han har fått oppdraget med å skal lage sceneteppe til operasalen. Bare gå videre. Så det her er bare sånn, ikke sant? Bare så at dere får en liten teaser på det. Så, ja, vær så god, for neste. Så vi kommet over til Erlend Leirdal, som bor og jobber i Trondheim. Har tilholdssted på Aure. Hans far og familie fra Aure. Han lokal forankret på sett og vis. Han, vær så god, bare ta. Han har gjort utrolig mange utsmykninger, eller hva skal jeg, offentlige oppdrag i Norge. Han har jobbet med tre, og han har da til dette prosjektet tar utgangspunkt i furua, som furua tre furu, det altså hva skal jeg si, Nordmøres nasjonalprodukt eller materiale. Ja. Så at han skal gjøre da, ta for seg og jobbe med 6 til 8, ja, vær så god, skulpturelle verk som skal bli en del av historiefortellinga inn på Normoria. Nå det slik at Erlend, ja, det kan stoppe litt. Erlend, han bor og jobber i Trondheim. Han jobber på noe som heter Nyhavna i Trondheim, og en vei som heter Strandveien, Strandveikaia, det like ved Svartlamoen, der som Trygve og Charlotte formidlet om i går. Og nå det slik at der Erlend jobber, så har det vært i årevis også atelier for unge musikere, for andre kunstnere, for forskjellige skapende folk eller ja, kunstnere. Og det som skjer i dag, vi tre som har vært med å utrede Strandveikaia som mulig sted for kunstnere å jobbe med flere atelier. For min del hadde jeg mitt største ønske om å komme der og lage et monumentalverksted for keramisk kunst. Og det så lange prosesser, og det var en av grunnene. Jeg ble rett og slett forbannet til slutt, at jeg tenkte, vet du hva, det så tungt og så tungrodd å få gjort det, så til slutt tenkte jeg, nei, jeg orker ikke mer. Jeg begynner å bli pensjonist, jeg må ha et godt verksted, så jeg flyttet fra Trondheim og etablerte meg et større verksted på Kvanne. Så derfor var en annen grunn jeg flyttet også til Sunadalen. I hvert fall, så Erlend, forrige uke var det en stort møte med politikerne, men det handler om det som temaet gentrifisering, ikke sant? Nå har kunstnerne vært der, og hva skjer nå? Utbyggerne skal lage boliger, ikke sant? Hele Nyhavna blir et nytt boligstrøk. Vær så god. Vi som har vært med og satt ting på kartet, gjort ting for å få der strandvei bortover der. Og det huset her, nå det røde, nummer 100, det tenkte jeg, der kunne det ha skjedd så mye spennende ting. Hva har jeg gjort? Tegnet nå? Jo, nå skal administrasjonen på Nyhavna inn der, og en restaurant. Altså, sånn det. Vi har hatt aktivisert området med åpne dager og hele tatt. Så ja, det et lite innsmett av mine tanker. Og så den fjerde kunstneren som skal inn på Normoria, det Yngvild Sætre. Hun en av våre yngre kunstnere som fra Stangvik i Sunadalen, og bor og arbeider nå, vær så god, i Stockholm, og jobber internasjonalt. Nå har jeg tatt med noen bilder fra Billedhuggerforeningen, en utstilling i fjor, jeg tror, eller hvor det fra, det husker jeg ikke riktig, men i hvert fall, så Yngvild en veldig spennende, ung, en av våre yngre kunstnere i regionen, men som jobber også internasjonalt. Så det blir spennende. Så da har jeg presentert de 4 kunstnerne som er dedikert til å jobbe inne. Og så, vær så god, ta neste, så det da hele uteområdet her. Og der det, for huset står jo delvis på kommunal grunn, så det som har skjedd nå jo at vi har fått forprosjektpenger fra Koro til å jobbe ut plan for uteområdet. Så vi liksom på et, hva skal jeg si, et springbrett her også. Så akkurat der vi i dag. Ok, så da tar vi det siste bildet. Da det slik at et, hva skal jeg si, et stedspesifikt verk, for det fra Trondheimsfjorden. Det fotograf Caroline Hjort sammen med Rita Eigunn, som 2 duerkunstnere som reiser rundt i verden og gjør prosjekter med folk, mennesker. Og de helt fantastisk spennende, og de inviterte meg til å være med på dette prosjektet under et større prosjekt som heter Hunger, som norske kunsthåndverkere i Midt-Norge gjorde for noen få år tilbake. Prosjektet het Hunger, og det handlet om hunger i forhold til å få påfyll, å være sulten og også å jobbe med kunnskapsoverføring. Ja, vi har en arv, og vi som kunstnere vi jobber hele tiden med kunnskapsoverføring. Det derfor vi også her i dag, fordi vi tar til oss kunnskap av hverandre og viderefører det. Så jeg bare tenkte at det fordi at jeg for tiden veldig tilbake basic i forhold til at jeg så nysgjerrig på vårt materiale leire. Jeg går i dypdykk, jeg ut på feltet, jeg jobber med mineraler og leire og sånn. Jeg har leire på Jæren, så takk for meg! Ja. Men, ja, det var spørsmål, men jeg tror Karl det sånn at vi skal ta litt mer sånn offentlig debatt til slutt, som handler om spørsmål til det. Ja. Hvis ikke det var noen som... Jeg jo ikke kommunalt ansatt, sånn sett, så jeg kan ikke så... Jeg skulle ønske at bygg og eiendom var her også. Ja, Madeleine? Jeg vet ikke hvordan det tenkt. Ja. 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 Da må jeg bare spørre Karl hvordan vi skal på en måte gripe den innfallsvinkelen an. Nei, men... Ja. Nå? Nei, ikke nå. Etterpå. Ja. Ja, supert. Okedok. Takk.
Stian. Hei, kan vi fikse det? Det riktig. Okay. I just want to add something. So, one of the things that I do is perform, and quite often when we make a mistake, it's live, and then we don't get the time to redo it. We just have to continue, move on. Whilst other work, you know, if you make a mistake, it's just internal and then you get to redo it. So the reason I say this is please be patient with our technicians. Whilst I get to just speak, they are balancing 2 or 3 things at the same time, and I think they're doing a great job. So I would like to applaud these 2 wonderful people. Okay, the next person. Ole Tolstad. He is a photographer at Atelier in Trondheim. He's also a communication advisor at NTNU Faculty of Architecture, Art and Design. And he has, along with Andreas Brännlund, who will also speak later, started this sort of networking organization. Can I call it organization? Association, wonderful. Called North Cultitude 6263, and he will explain the numbers to you. But they have connected over 500 artists across 9 countries who now have found people they can collaborate with. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me? It's on. Okay, nice to be in Kristiansund again. I think the last time I was here was in the Nordic Light Festival some years ago. So this is one of your brandings. Well, how to explain the North Cultitude 6263? Well, it is an international cultural network that is following the latitudes 62 and 63 around the world. But why do we establish a network like this? Well, 10 years ago, Andreas Brännlund from Sweden, that is often in Trøndelag and in Norway with his project, the next speaker, came and visited Brit, former speaker, in Atelier Ilsvika, because it's also so that I am a member there as well. It's my studio. So Brit and I, we had worked a lot together during the years. But one night, in what we call a wine-dedicated symposium, Brit and Andreas sat and actually missed a mid-Nordic cultural interfield network. It was, we weren't satisfied with it. So we decided that the day after they came to me and asked me to be a co-organizer, and we decided to establish an association, North Cultitude 6263. So our aim was to, during 10 years, to connect all the 9 countries along the line, 62 and 63, 2 latitude lines, during 10 years. And, well, 10 years is gone, and we have 2 countries left. But our attitude is to look upon the world in another way, in the cultural context, because usually we are thinking very much vertical. We are thinking about Oslo, Copenhagen, Brussels, and where we can get funding, where the power is. And they, very often, even in South or in North, they are very occupied with themselves. And in the mid-Nordic, like in Trøndelag, for example, we seem and feel that we are in a kind of hole, in a way. So we decided to try to fill this hole together with our companies and companions in Sweden and Finland first, and then go around. And we try then to have another look upon the world, from the North Pole and down, and follow the line around, and then you have another attitude, an other cultural geography. So we try to make, and not make, but follow another artistic cultural geography, in a way. So, as you see, this line up here is 22,000 kilometers long. The equator is 44,000. And the latitude, 62 and 63, is 220 kilometers wide. I'm born on the 22nd of October, and my wife is born the 22nd of January. Is there a catch-22 in this? I don't know. During our, during our work anyway, we tried to find some places in these 9 countries along the latitude that would be natural to have a kind of node and go out and visit. So here we have found very many places, and most of them we have been, but we are still lacking Canada and Alaska. So we are going abroad. We are catching some artists, some musicians and everything. We are trying to call up the country we are going to and bringing 6 or 8 persons from different fields. And we have been to Russia. We were invited to a mid-Russian cultural conference with 2,000 participants, and we were the official guests. 4 days presenting. We had our own KGB assistant. We had a chauffeur, and we had 2 translators. We were, I think, 6, 7 persons we were, from Finland, Norway, and Sweden. And we had presentation in this high conference. And it was another kind of experience, actually, but still we have trying to have contact. But because of the pandemic and the war, we have lost the contact. But we hope to get it back. So, for example, we went to the Faroe Islands in Tjørnvik, beautiful place, because there was an artist in residence. And just now, 2 of the artists we met there, they are now in Malakta in Finland doing a land art project in cooperation with the municipality and this Malakta art factory. I'll come back to that. So you can go far away and find these powerful places. And of course, we went to Iceland. We went both to Reykjavik and Akureyri to establish nodes and contacts there. And, well, we will, of course, go back. And, of course, in Greenland. We have been there twice. And in 2021, we participated in this great Nuuk Nordic Cultural Festival as participant invited for having concert and presentations for the network. So, what are we doing from else to travel around? Yes, we have some arrangements. We have some events like art dinner. The art dinner is organized so that we have a long table serving dinner with good food and wine. And in the end of the table, we have a big screen and a camera, and the dinner table continues in another country, where they also eat the same food and eat and drink the same wine. And we have 1 musician or 2 from the 2 places, and they play together. Nice. And this is from, here you can see the table, and it's Härnösand in Sweden on the other side. So we had a drummer and a guitarist and a didgeridoo player playing together, but you know, Skype 10 years ago, very bad. Today, it's far better. Andreas will tell very much about this because we have to do very much improvement about this. So that's one of our arrangements. And we have these other more concert and conferences, like we have Art Along that we also arrange that is based on one place. But on those places also we have pitches. Artists that want to cooperate, they pitch their idea and we send it to internet and around the world. And perhaps they found another artist in another place that want to cooperate. And I will show you some results about this. We also arranged seminars and conferences. In last year, we had the Nordic Point in Trondheim. We've had the Norwegian Art Council, we had the municipality, we had the region, we had the NTNU on stage, and also the president of the Nordisk Råd to have the aim on how we can strengthen the Mid-Nordic cultural cooperation, because we think everybody agreed about it is down in a way. So we got some support, and we of course had a big concert in the night with musicians from all these 5 countries: Faroe Islands, Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Okay. There is something about the sender here. Okay, when we went to Greenland, we brought some musicians that never had played together before. And on Greenland, they established Airborne, experimental folktronica, and they are still having concerts around, meeting very often. Jens Komen is from Hovendroven, famous group. Martin Palmer, multi-artist in Trondheim, musician. Mikael Ukedu from Finland, and Göran Månsson, a great flutist, international. So they are one of our results. And Brit told you about hunger. It's their project, but we were a bit in the back to, stimulate and for the project. It was about clay, reed, and food. When we went to Iceland, we had a great meeting in Reykjavik with all the associations and the artists we could grab. And there we brought a Finnish filmer meeting an Icelandic sopran singer. And they decided to make a film. They went around in Iceland the year after, grabbed some money, and she sang in volcanoes and in workshops and so on. And they made a 20-minute film in the Finnish television. That's another result. And Ensemble 62-63, Torald Vigum, you know him from Kristiansund, the opera as well, because he's the director. Torald Vigum is very active in networking, because he has many musicians in his arms, and he has established this Ensemble 62-63 with musicians from Iceland, Faroe Islands, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Last year they played in Stangvik. But they go for the 2nd or 3rd time now in this summer, together with blowers, in Faroe Islands in the Sumartunar Festival. And the other thing that we do not arrange, but we initiate and cooperate, it's for festivals. 4 years ago, we had got some money from the Nordic Culture Fund, Nordic Point, and for our work, so to say. And in this context, we supported and initiated 3 festivals, Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And Manamine is Andreas going to tell more about. And we also had, as I said, Stangvik Festival. This is the Ensemble 62-63. There is Frode Fjellheim there, who was the composer in the festival, and Torald Vigum in the front, and musicians for all these 5 countries. In Little Stangvik, my God, this is fantastic, where Anita and Brit is going on. And Malakta Art Factory in Finland, outside Vasa, which is one of our nodes. Very powerful place where there's a place where they made butter and cheese, and they took the whole structure and made it into an art factory. They also have artists in residence. And this is the pointed 3 festivals that we initiated in 2022. That was also a result that when we got the money, the pandemic came, and we have to postpone all of these festivals, unfortunately. But we made it in the end. So these are actually the collaborating nodes that we have established. Some of them are very active, some of them are a bit sleeping, but we are still in touch. So this is a kind of structure that is living by itself in a way. The new node, collaborating node, is Brit's Kvenna Kunstverksted. And she is very active on the networking, so we are very glad. And now we think about Kristiansund. It's there, and it's on 63.6, so you're in. So perhaps we can create a node here as well. Well, let's see. And as I said, we are going to Canada following the gold rush. And it's Anita Land here and Svein Sætre, that is our link to the story of people from this area going to Alaska and Canada in the beginning of the 19th century to find the gold, and came back and had very much to tell. And we want to go there because it's on the 63. So we try to get there next year in Klondike. And this is, well, just some persons that are our node contacts around. And my last question here is, of course, about funding. So there is some funding, well, like regions and municipalities and some official funds and also banks, but also our contacts in the studios and associations around. But the Norwegian Art Council, we have got no money from until now. So that's the 62-63 North Cultitude network. But before I finish, I want to tell a bit about what I think about gentrification and the challenges for Kristiansund, for example. Brit told us about Nyhavna in Trondheim. And as I am working in NTNU, in architecture and design, we are also been a bit involved in Nyhavna, for example, in these happenings in Nyhavna sometimes. And of course, this is about the transformation with the challenges of harbor industry, art studios that they want to tear down, and the real estate and the housing. So this is from Making is Thinking is 2016, where Cirka Theater and NTNU had something going on together to show what is possible in Nyhavna. And this is a book that we have very recently edited together with Uten Titel about arkitekturforståelse, about Stedsutvikling and so on. So it's just a tips. So this is from this book. And I want to say something about contemporary art in place development. That is actually the issue of this, some of the issue of this seminar. And I am very fond of street art. And we have, of course, recognized that around when we are going with North Cultitude 62-63. Well, just here is Atle Ilsvika, and this is the harbor. So just in the middle of the harbor, they started the street art festival in Trondheim in, I think it was in 2017. So we were, Atle Ilsvika was actually housing the launch for the artist. So some of these art, these operas, they are still on the walls of Trondheim. And I think we should wait for this, because... Okay. Nothing is happening. And restart. Okay, anyway, we are going to look at also street art from Iceland, strange. Is it this old machine that is making this? You think so? Okay. Now it's quite gone. Det er ikke noe strømsparing på her, vet du. Men kan du ikke bare vise helt? Nå kommer det. Nå kommer det. Ja. Ok. We'll try again. Okay. Well, you saw this one is still on the mill of Trondheim, for this huge Italian artist. And this is beside Atle Ilsvika. And I have put there Bjørn Inge Melås, an architect that is now just doing his doctoral thesis about ecologies of urban gardening. And this is the start of his garden. So according to what we also heard yesterday from Casa Grande, we have actually, you know, Bjørn Inge Trygve, for example. He's just finished. So it's very nice to have this in the area. And in Östersund, we found a very beautiful place with an outside gallery there. And some artists have been making this street art. I think this would be a good idea for Kristiansund as well. And when we go abroad, come on then. We came to Nuuk, block 1. Nuuk is many beautiful street art. And I think it's going very fast now in the last. What kind of street food do they serve in Nuuk, in the colonial harbor? I don't know. Ja, men det straks ferdig. Brit hadde det samme. Here we are on Akereiri, and of course always pølsebua. Reykjavik, the great harpa. This is the hype of Reykjavik, but I would consider that this is the highlight of Reykjavik. In all the brochures from Reykjavik, this is the pølsebua, pulser, is one of the highlights. And, well, this is Brit and Andreas. This is open all day until midnight, and it's always filled with people. It's in the middle of Reykjavik, and they are only selling pølser, sausages, drinks. That's it. Nothing else. And I thought that I'm sorry, it's my computer, probably. I thought that in Kristiansund, you should have a bacalao bu. Not only fishan and the kebab. So why not challenge the artists to design a kind of fish bu based in Kristiansund? Lighting art, also a great easy potential. For example, Pekka Stokke, what he's doing around, he's doing in Bergen. And I think I go over finishing now. Housing thing. And here, no, this is the last one. Okay. Yeah, this is the last one. So we can just let it go. Pekka Stokke and I, we did this some years ago together, lightening the whole main building in NTNU by the drawing of the architects in 1910. And we scanned the drawings and tried to put them on the same building as a kind of double thing. And that's why what Pekka Stokis, for example, has done in this thing in Poland, playing with the structures, of course, in a much more artistic way. But that's it. Welcome to the network. Thank you. Sorry about the breaks.
Thank you very much. So the next person is someone who, you know, these two work together, and that's Andreas Brännlund. And he's an artist, a script writer, and a scenographer, and works a lot on theater productions that are outside. And he does spectacular things like having flying sort of buses and big skirts, and I don't know what he does with stuff like that, but it sounds amazing. And now he works, amongst other things, as a business development in Mannamin in Sweden. And I think this time will be better, way better with the projector. So it's going to be fine. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Right? No. So, okay, sorry. All right. Okay. Now it's working. Hopefully. We'll see. Otherwise, I have to sing or dance or do something in between here. Anyway, just to conclude the North Cultitude concept, it's all about collaboration. It's all about changing the way we see the geography that we are. It's about identity. It's about try to have collaboration the total other way, because as Ole said, normally you look at the big towns, the big administration centers, you look down, you look south normally. Seldom east-west. So that was the whole thing. That was so interesting to start working and see, because we didn't know what we could find, and we didn't actually know where we were on Earth. That South Greenland is Oslo, for example, Stockholm. It's like totally new way of look at the Earth. And I mean, the Earth is round. There are no center on Earth. The center is there you are, always. All the other way of thinking is just made up. So, that was one of the things. And, you know, the network, North Cultitude, is a network. We don't do projects, we do activities that we collect people, we invite people from the culture sector and anyone who wants to be with us. And we're trying to make international collaboration. So this is also an open invitation, of course, to all you, especially here in Kristiansund right now. Right? So I'm going to talk about how to engage a whole municipality, a whole town, everyone, and trying to also work with identity, but also see what do we have here, what can we do, what the potential, and doing a big, crazy performance. That's what I'm doing. And then also I'm going to show a little bit about theater and internet, not internet, sorry, beyond internet. Okay. So, and this is just the image who I think is so interesting that about center and about Earth. Normally the map doesn't look like that, like this. Normally it's a totally different story, and we have like everything down there is much more organized, and we are up here in the middle of nothing. But that's not true, of course. But if you go in Sweden, this is a big problem. I mean, the media and everyone is so concentrated today around Stockholm, a little bit Göteborg maybe Umeå. But now, okay, we're building factories for battery and things. So now things are a little bit changing maybe. Okay. So, city performance. This is something I started to work with in the 90s together with Tomo Hapala, who at that time had done a few of those big performances. And the idea was to be coming to a town, we look at the history, we look what's going on, and we look at the future. And we're trying to engage as many people as we can. So for example, this performance, we had like 1,200 people in the production. And many of them was children. So every child have a family, have a grandfather, grandmother, and so on. So there was no problem to get about 15,000 people in the audience. So that's also one thing. But the whole thing is to work together, look at the place specific, look at what do we have here. We like trying building collaboration, big collaboration. But to do this, we have to do some very spectacular things who make this interesting. This is Nordic in Sweden, and this is just a little bit of the audience. There were this maybe one of the third. It started with a guy up on the roof there playing a trumpet, and his wife singing and putting down her hair in the other side of the river here. And the hair is about 60 meters long from a tower like that. And there was a kind of love story. And we have trombone players on the roof going around a pipe with raincoats. And on the top of this pipe, we put like a lock or something. And they were standing inside the water playing on this roof. And we also have full moonlight also. This was something to competing with our lightning. To do this sounds, okay, wow, this is looking good. But to do this, we have to work with the fire department. We have to work with divers, climbers. We have to work with metal industry and so on and so on. This is the way to get everyone into part of this big performance. Yeah, we also build organ, I don't know the English word for it, gungbräda. So you have 4 pipes going down in the water, and you have pressure, and you could open the ventils and play. So you have 4 pipes on every person going like that, so they could play together with the symphony orchestra. Norrköping is an all, this is like a big textile industry in Sweden before, and this is all fabric, all industry. So we took details from the museum, from the textiles, and project them on the wall, and there we have a violin player 4 meters out over the river playing, and we have here we have like a choreographer doing like details, making this fantastic cloth material, and we have a diving club in the water taking this out, and to get this up in, we got to have the wrestling club lying on the floor taking this up, and she's doing that. And then also we have this vävmaskin, sorry, playing to the music, doing the like that, and a symphony orchestra, of course. So here she come and play with this. And actually, this was on the fleet, and we have 2 guys from Iraq trying to row this. It was totally crazy, but it went well, though. Very hard. Yeah, here you can see Tali, she's sitting and playing in the projection over the water. And then we have a cycling, everyone was cycling to the industry before, of course, and we have a choir of 420 singers coming on bikes down, and they're getting off, going at the shore and singing very loud and very like in trance. And we put up the bikes here, and we have percussion guys playing on the wheels. And they were singing, and here is Moa Martinsson, you know, Swedish writer, and she's turning around and telling us one of her poems, and the music will get more and more intense, and she is flying up to the heaven. There she are now. I mean, she's dead, so she's left us. So. But the music was very interesting, so it is very fantastic. So what we are doing, we like doing the big performances is like parts, like scenes, we call them, like 9 different scenes. We put, they are very different, and we can put the different order and things, so we can manipulate this, and we always do that with the people we work with. I mean, we're doing the artistic concept, but we work with so many different people in every part of this performance. So it's a water screen, big water screen, is about 30 meter to 20 meter high, and it's a film from this house from 20s. This is quite nice. And also we had the symphony orchestra coming on the river. And they have to play, in the end of the performance, they have to play a Stravinsky's Firebird, and it would be at least 58 musicians. And they have to have 1 square meters, that's the law. So the fleet have to depend on the music play. So it will be at least 58 meters big. And it was very hard to find, but we worked with the military who built this for us. This was like a bridge or something, but it's got very heavy. So we took the athletes from the town, and they were just taking the whole fleet upstreams like that, and we put good lights on, and they look quite good. And we had them on both sides, so we can go like this. So I think it's about 80 tons or something like that. Burning, yeah. The Russians have burned down the town, and we did a scene about this. Opera singer going up and singing about the town is burning. And we also have the climbers doing a ballet on the wall. We had, yeah, and in the end of this performance, we had this Firebird, Stravinsky's Firebird, and I made a flying train coming. There is actually 70% of full size, and it was only 150 kilos. And I was standing on the roof and taking it on a wire. It was really crazy. Yeah, it looks like that. And this is actually the oldest still going tram in Norrköping. So you could see this on the roof. So everyone could recognize it. So, wow. And we normally, Tomo is very interested in elks, in mooses, so we always have swimming, singing, or diving mooses. That's good. We did also the Helsinki culture capital, the big performance in Masajad shipyard in Helsinki. This is the biggest room in the world, actually. This is only the half room. It's 45 meter wide, 45 meter in the roof, and 330 meters long. And here they built the biggest, at that time, the biggest like luxury cruises going in Caribbean, things like that. So they are so interesting to go in a place like this. You can use the construction, the cranes, everything. So this was a good playing ground for us. And we did 4 performances here for 16,000 people. And here we could fly with a real train, actually. And we had a choir with old pensions workers who were flying there. And yeah, we have a diving choir, flying elk. We normally have. We have 40 angels falling in bungee from the roof down in the water at one time, because we have an invasion of angels. It's also a poem, a Finnish poem we work with. Yeah. And we have the screaming choir, the Finnish screaming choir, what we put up on the roof, the wall. And at the end, the symphony orchestra were flying through the whole room, through the audience, and playing Sibelius. And that was that. Normally, a performance like this is about 1.5 hours or something. And, but it takes about 8 months to build it, to construct it, and to engage everyone, and to actually know what we should do. But we never know that. We work with it into the end. We're changing everything. So from those performances, I'm with my own art. I do art performances with the skirt, which is 250 square meters and 16 meters high. And I normally put opera singer or other singers up. And this is also place specific. We're coming to a place, we work with the musicians in the place, and we're doing a new thing every time. So this is this summer, last summer, in Manamine in Sweden. And we also have, you see, a real-time animation tag tool who's projected on the skirt. And this is all changing to the music, and the musicians are, because they have normally, this is like a workshop. They have 1 day to make this performance. And we have, here we have Charlotte Kerbs, a Finnish singer from Malakta, up there. This is really good. It's really fun to see this. Problem is that I can never see it because I'm always beside the skirt doing the lift. I'm driving the lift and putting her up, so I can never see it. But it's good that I take photo of it. This is in Stangvik Festival this summer. And Sigrid Westerberg, you know her, Westerberg, yes, Sigrid, of course, going up, and it was blowing very much, so we couldn't go the whole way up. But it was a great performance, though. She's a great singer. Yeah, and what's the name, Ole? She's playing the cello. Isn't she here? You know. Yeah, she's from Azerbaijan. Okay, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Isn't there an opera or something? Yeah. Okay. Right. So we just, this is going on now for next year. Actually, yesterday I get okay for this project. We're doing in Sundsvall 400 years celebration of the town. It should be before COVID, but now we have put it, we celebrate anyway, next year. And we have we have a big workshop. Everyone is coming with input and things they could do. I could go by bicycle. I'm good at diving. I'm good at flying. I'm good at that and that. And then we put all this together in the big plate, and we say, okay, right, let's try to do something interesting with this. So we're trying to engage so many people we can when we come to those places, and especially, I mean, how do we work with sport? Football, for example. Well, how do we work? Yeah, but you can use the football with music or something, or you can do. So we're trying to figure how could we do that, or how could we do that. So everyone gets so engaged in this performance. So this is about also the history. History is very important for the identity or for what we are doing. And what is going on today, with university or industry and so on, and future. What could happen on this place? St. Olav, which is very known also here, of course, he actually came to Sundsvall with his army of 3,000 Vikings, and going from Sundsvall to Trondheim. And this is something I think we should start with in Sundsvall then. Yeah, and we have many different kind of things who had happened here, like Elvira Madigan, who was a pole dancer, and she met her sergeant who was really in love with, and it's a sad story, and she took her life and fall down. This is a known story, and actually this is what's happening in Stockholm. This is the other guy here is Arcadia. I work a lot with Arcadia. He's an illusionist, and he's really crazy, and this is a Houdini trick he has copied. So we're going to do something about that, because before they always make, in 1850 somewhere, they built circus in towns. That was a new thing, permanent circus. So we will do something about that in Sundsvall. I work with containers. Containers are good. You can build houses with them, very easy. This is it's not a good image though, but I have the percussion playing in all the containers there. That's the idea. And the industry, of course, in Sundsvall was leading in the world, actually, with the wooden industry in the end of the 1800s. So I will take the sound from the saw system there, which is going like this, like dung, dung, and it's making very strange sound, and I'm trying to get that sound back, and I will work with this calliope. I found one called calliope. Calliope is a steam-driven organ, who normally is very, very big, and you take it with a horse. and I found one in Sweden. So that's something I will try to get into this performance next year. Yeah, and also, of course, all the artists have to be there, have to do something. And choirs, and dancers, wrestlers, swimmers. Yeah. Now we're going to be in the square. We want to have access to water, so we'll see what we do with that. And this is a little bit of a plan for that. But now at last I will tell you about something Ole said also. This is about communication. Skype wasn't very good. And I have worked with the Riksteatern in Sweden and KTH University for 10 years, and trying to make contents to this new interact communication system, which is very simple to, it's like we don't use internet, we use the same cables, the same fiber cables, but we just send light signals between routers. We don't have a program for it. So we work with the speed of light. And this work, actually, this work. So we can do that. And now in September my play, which I'm working with Riksteatern in Sweden, and Philip Alexandersson, who is doing the manuscript, is going to be in 3 towns. It's going to be in Trondheim, in Sundsvall, and in Karleby, in Finland. We're going to have one actor on every stage, and the other 2 projected on transparent material. So it's going to look in Trondheim like this. You see, this guy is there, the other is projected. In Karleby, it will look like that. And in Sundsvall, it will look like that. Right? This is very complicated. They're going to interact in real time. They're going to sing, they're going to dance, they're going to play theater. But what's happened if this guy who is standing on this stage leave the camera and going to the audience and discuss something or have a monologue or something, he won't be seen on the other towns in the other countries. So we actually make 3 manuscripts with the same play, but you will see it in 3 different ways. So it's a little bit of quant physics in this. So this is what I like the idea more. The script is good, of course. I wouldn't say anything about that, but I like the idea to what happens if we as an audience we also use the audience and project them on the walls. Then we got a theater like that, an amphitheater, and where actually is the play going on, and how is it? Well, maybe it's a 4th room here, something like that. So that was something who triggered me. That's why the idea, and also, of course, North Cultitude is in this. Here you can see she's sitting in Stockholm, she's sitting in Finland, and she's sitting in another place in Sweden. So this is a little bit how it's going to look then. And she's, yeah, this is 500 kilometers between those persons. And they're trying to, the thing is, only she can see her, she can't see her. Yeah. So, and also you can use things that you go closer to the camera, things totally change then. You can use that in some situations, but we won't make television, we won't make effect like that. We're trying to still make theater, and so we are a little bit careful with those things then. So what we're doing, we are also working now in Trondheim and with Rosendal Theater, which is the play is going to be, but we work also with UKM and help me, Fabiola. Norsk Kulturskoleråd, I say it in Norway, yeah, Norsk Kulturskoleråd, UKM, and also the municipality and the Trøndelag region to make this happen with the culture schools also. Because if you live here, maybe not here, because here you have good musicians, we have the opera and everything, but maybe you want to play electric guitar, you want to learn to be the best of electric guitar, you can go into a room and use this technique, and you can get a teacher from Oslo, from Stockholm, or whatever, and you don't have any delay in transmission. And this is something totally new, actually. So this is something we're also trying to get. So this is how it looks right now, the places that we are working with this technique. I just show you this because this is all sponsors. Now you've seen that, okay, fine. Yeah, right. I also want to invite you, because I'm working also at this place called Manamine in Sweden, in the high coast, as we say in Sweden. I can't say it here in Norway because the high coast is ridiculous compared to what you have here. But in Sweden, this really is high coast. And that's Manamine, it's a great place. Anders Åberg made this, an artist. He worked in 30 years. He built 53 houses. With so many crazy things. We have, for example, 7 trams. We have from Trondheim, Germany, and so on, and very much art. And this is a very, very interesting place to visit. And I'm the developer of this place right now. So, before I stop, I have, yesterday, when we were talking, I really, I got this knowledge. Actually, Kristiansund är vänskapsby with Härnösand. I live in Härnösand. And this was really crazy. And this is also North Cultitude, straight. So this is something maybe we should look at. And in Kokkola, Karleby, there is also, a theater is going on also in Karleby. So it's one of the theaters. So this is also a link maybe to start, because in last year, I know that this is not going on for the last years or so somehow, I don't know, but from 1938 it started until 4 years ago or something. All right, that was my speech. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll do a 10-minute break before we get to our next speaker. So feel free to drink, eat, talk, and I'll see you soon. Ok? Yay! Da kan dere komme tilbake. You can come to your places again, and we're going to start with our next speakers. You can bring your food and your drinks here, and then later on there will be a longer break so you get to continue your conversations. Wonderful. It's really nice to see that you guys actually are enjoying talking to each other, and that I hope you're meeting people or talking to people you've never met before, so wonderful. Okay, before we go to our next speaker, I want to share with you an experience I have with her. So quite often I seem like an unreliable person to work with because I'm like, let's do this and we could do this and then we could do that. And everyone's always talking to me like I'm this naive person who doesn't see the obstacles. The obstacles they always show me is that this is a tiny city and you will never be able to do this. I have actually, speaking of, contacted Campus Kristiansund to be hired and arrange a light show and a video show and do a concert for the opening ceremony. And of course, they did not reply. But with Nordic Lights, the CEO of Axel, the CEO of Nordic Lights, and I are planning a light show in November with like 3 separate rooms, 3 different music genres, and the light show will support sort of the music, and Bratthallen is sponsoring us with light equipment, so this will happen. But okay, thank you. So the reason why I want to do it in Kristiansund and the reason why I dare to think big is because every now and then I meet crazy people who join me, and Eigunn is one of them. When I was a student, I came back and I wanted to do a show, and I wanted to do it in Festiviteten. And I don't know how many thousands, if not even hundreds and thousands of kroner it takes to rent this place, but I went, hey Eigunn, can I get it for free? And she said, okay. But even us crazy people had to be stopped by, it required 150,000 for the light designer, and I had 10,000 krona. But it was wonderful. So when she left, at the time, we didn't know that Toril was going to take over the job. Thank God it's Toril. She's as crazy, and she's helping me actually doing a festival. But at the time when Eigunn left, I was very devastated because how is it going to happen? But let me tell you a bit more about her. She loves bench pressing. She's a co-pilot. She loves doing volunteer work, and she loves taking risks. She's worked on various projects within different fields, both in Norway as well as abroad. And she's now the chair, well, usually it's called chairman, but I'm changing it to chairperson of the board of Normoria. And She's now also the museum director of Nordmørsmuseet and the international coordinator for Møre og Romsdal County. And she's studied at NTNU, Universitetet i Oslo, and London School of Economics, and studied political science, political economy, and of course, Russian language and literature. And so based on, I would say, the security history of Norway, I am so afraid that we will have to need her to use the Russian language in the future. But I will welcome her, and oh, it's going to be amazing.
Okay. When I arrived here today, someone told me that I should speak English. So now we're doing this in English. The presentation is in Norwegian. I have a partner with me on stage here. I think she's also going to go into the second language. But thank you so much for the introduction. I was kind of in awe listening to everything this person had been and done. And I'm very happy to hear that this has been me in meeting with you. Today I'm here as the chairwoman of the board of OMKK Eiendom. It's a terribly bureaucratic name for a very interesting company. And what it is, in few words, is it's the company responsible for building Normoria. Nothing less. And my title today is Normoria, the cultural house in Kristiansund. Is it an epistle for the few or an adventure for the many? And I have to admit, I had to Google gentrification. And when I realized what it was, I was so provoked. And I was like, what? He doesn't mean that I'm going to talk about this as, you know, trying to suppress something, or is this like, shouldn't this be here? But then when I listened to you guys earlier today, and when I started thinking back to the origins of Normoria and what the main purpose of the whole building is, then I realized that no, this is the complete opposite, and that's what I'm going to be telling you about today. So, I usually start with this. This is our current picture of the main hall in Normoria. And Normoria, as you've been told already, it's a cultural house consisting of 4 main actors. It's the library in Kristiansund, it's the cultural school, it's the regional museum, or the head office of the regional museum, and it's the Opera of Kristiansund. These are not small institutions. We are state-funded, regionally funded, 2 of us at least. We're based in a municipality. We're not relying on project support. So we're the basis of the cultural environment. When many people talk about Normoria, they talk about, okay, so now you're building the house for the few, for the elite. And we go like, yes, and we're building it for the many. And that's the main purpose of the house. This room is the room for the many. And we've been discussing the size of this room. I can tell you haven't been reading the local press here as much as we have. It's been discussed up and here and there in many arenas. How big should this room be? Should it be 1,000 seats? Should it be 2,000 seats? 700? Should it be even smaller? This room has 550 seats approximately. A little less when we actually use the symphony area. But that's a perfect size. And I can tell you it's a perfect size because economically, financially, it's a smart size to actually have performances throughout the year. But it's also a smart size because this room is going to be the main stage for the kids around the whole region. This is going to be their first experience being on a professional, large stage, and it's one of the best stages in Norway, in one of the best rooms. where you can stand in the back of the stage, talking to Stian in the back here, and he can hear you perfectly without any microphones, without anything. It's an opera stage. Can you imagine what that's going to be like for an 8-year-old standing here like that and meeting the audience like that? So this is what we're building. And I have to take you through some of the boring facts of this, and I'll come back to why. When I started as head of culture and business, actually, which was my first job in the municipality, in 2011, this project was one of the first projects that landed on my desk. And I remember it so vividly. It was like a big architectural sketch book. Here you go, good luck. This is what we want to build in Kristiansund. Right before I started, they just finished an international architectural competition, is that what it's called? Yeah. Where C.F. Møller, that Eigunn pointed out quite correctly, won that competition and sketched up this amazing cultural house that we were going to build. At that point, we were talking about different types of actors in the building. We were talking about the university or Høgskolen here in the region. We were talking still about the opera. The museum wasn't anywhere to be seen in this project. The cultural school was not there. The library was there. So we had different types of actors that was going to be in the building. And then after we started working with it, we discovered that, okay, so not all of these are as determined to get inside as the others. So we had to have serious talks with each of them saying, okay, can you commit to this project? Do you want to be in it? Do you want to carry on with us now and sketch it out and seek the funding and get it realized? Realized, that's not the English phrase for it. Well, maybe, yeah. And some of them fell out and some of them came in. And the cultural school and the museum was two of the parties that got into it. So from then on out, it was the opera, the museum, the cultural school, and the library, and that's the four parts that are in it now. So in 2011, up until 2013, we worked on transforming the architectural sketches to an actual budget. How much is this going to cost if this is what we want? And I remember also very vividly the first time I put this out for our politicians. And they were kind of, I don't know if they were crying or laughing, but that was the first time they actually got a number for it. And it was a quite high number. We were going up towards, is it a billion? No, it's not a billion. Milliard. So we were at about 800 or 900 million kroners. That's a fair amount of money. They sent it back to me and said, okay, we see what you're saying. This is too much, so we need to scale it down. So that's also what we did. From 2013 until 2014, we went from about 21,000 square meters till around 15,000 square meters. We were allowed to pull down a bigger amount of the existing architecture in the school that we're going to build on. And from there on out, we were just like shrinking it. So in 2014, we got the funding from the municipality that was actually that was the owner of the project. But we also got the funding from the region, Møre og Romsdal. And then we started the big chase for the state. And we chased them, and we chased them, and we talked. I don't know how many people I've talked to. You missed the politicians there. I'm so happy that I don't see politicians there. I'm so happy that you're here. Because usually I speak to politicians and bureaucracy, whereas I very rarely meet people like you. So in 2018, I remember that fall, my boss came into my office. He had the door closed, and he said, Eigunn, you have to sit down. I've heard rumors from Oslo. They're bringing the money. And I started crying because I cry a lot. At least after I had kids, I cry an enormous amount of tears. So I started crying, and then we kind of, back to business. And I said, okay, so how much are they bringing? Not enough. We were applying for 235 million, approximately, to fund the opera and the museum, which are the state-funded actors in this. And they said, if you can do this for 150 million, do you think you can do that? If you get that from the state, can you do that? And that was 150 million from the state, 150 million from the county, and then the rest was the municipality. And we went to work. So that winter, 2018 until 2019, we worked day and night. What we basically did was we took the sketches that we had and the budget that we had, and we went like, okay, so we start at one end and we start twisting and turning everything and see if we can scale down the square meters and if we can get the budget down. And when we went across to the new year in 2019, we said, okay, you know what, we think we can do this. So are you then going to come with the cash? And we worked throughout that spring and throughout that summer, and in September 2019, I think it was the 5th or 6th of September, the cultural minister, Trine Skei Grande, came to Kristiansund. It was right before the state budget was going to be put out. And we had a press conference in Festiviteten, and she said, we're bringing the money. And from there on out, that's when the real work started. So bear in mind, we worked with this since the start of the 2000s. That's when we started working on, where do we want to put it? It's not random that it's in the middle of the center. It's not random that it's on the location where the original museum was. A lot of people talk about, you should put it there and there and there. It's not a random location. This has been worked with throughout years. So many people have been involved in this. And when we then reached 2020, we actually came to the phase where we established the building company, or the byggherre, as we say in Norwegian, so the company that I'm heading now, and we started just getting ready for the details of the project. That's also when we got the final go from the politicians on each level. So this, I just want to show you, because this is one of the main changes that we made. I think, Elisabeth, you need to get ready to get up. So if you look at the top, that's our first alternative. That was how the building structure looked. And don't worry that you can't read everything on it, because I just want to show you how the structure of the housing changed. We needed to scale it down in square meters because we had one firm principle in the project. We're not budging on quality. This needs to be state-of-the-art for the actors that are going to be in it. The project that we had was good. It was a very good architectonic structure in the whole building. C.F. Møller did a great job sketching it up and visualizing how it was going to be. But we needed to look at how we could make it smarter, how we can ensure that the whole structure was open to the public as much as possible, also after we moved into it. So we switched the opera room. If you can see, I don't know, no, you can't see. Can you see this arrow? No, you can't see that either. If you look up on the picture on the top there, you see the opera room is the one that's laying like that. It's a big blue one. That one, in this picture, we just shifted it 90 degrees. And what that did with the building is that we then created a back of house that allows for an active back where everyone who works in the house can move freely and work together, and it's just like an open space with all the people and all the professionals working there, and also all the volunteers, obviously. And then the front of the house is going to be much more available for everyone else. Our main theme when we started the project, Elisabeth has been in this as long as I have, was that we wanted to create kind of like an indoor-outdoor atmosphere so people can kind of move through the building without actually having anything to do there, but then we can kind of grab hold of them. Oh, do you want to go in and see the exhibition at the museum? Oh, maybe you want to borrow a book. Or who's that practicing in the main room now. Can we have a look in and see what that is? So we want to create a building that kind of is experienced as just a square where you would normally just be, but then something will catch your attention. And one of those things is the library. And I'll show you this one to you. The one on your left is the original structure of the building. That was when C.F. Møller was the architect. The one on the right is when Henning Larsen came in as architect. And this just goes to show how long we've been working at this, because we've changed architects several times. And it hurts every time, because everyone has their vision of how this is going to be. And of course, we were working with it just year after year after year. We fall in love with this concept, and then, oh no, we can't do that. So then we fall in love with this concept, and then we can't do that. But the one on the right here, that is how the building is going to look now. You see that we shifted, whereas it was more like kind of like a gliding structure connecting the two buildings on each end. It is now a much more, it splits it up a little bit more. Because what this building also is a new building connecting two existing architectural structures. One of them is from 1924, and that's the old school building. Then we have torn down much of that. We actually tore down pretty much everything that was bombed during the war. And then you have Folkets hus, the people's house, from 1959 on the far end there. And those two structures from before and after the World War are the housings, or the houses that we're actually going to connect with the new architecture. And Folkets hus, the people's house, that's going to be exactly that. And Elisabeth here, Elisabeth Solheim, she is the head of the library. Nothing less. And she's been in this project, and the library was always meant to be a part of the cultural house. Now, why don't you tell us a little bit about where we are now with the library?
Well, we are now in the detailed planning, and it's quite fantastic, I think, because we've been waiting for this so many years. From the start of the 2000s, as Eigunn said, and until we really started to believe in it when the money came. Because this has been a struggle, I think, walking through the desert sometimes. And as you said, we are going to be there in Folkets hus. And you should know, the library was burned down during the World War, as many other buildings in Kristiansund, and was rebuilt in Siams gate. I can't write, maybe around there, I think. And in 1994, we moved from there to the Norwegian Central Bank's house, right in the middle of Kristiansund, and both of these buildings were built after the World War. And also this one, and all the three buildings are what we called gjenreisningsbygg. And that's quite important for Kristiansund. We are the gjenreisningsby. So we are looking very forward to moving in there, and together with all the others, of course. But because I think that to be able to work together will bring a new dimension to the cultural life in Kristiansund. Since it has gone so many years since we started planning, we have been through a lot of different stages, I would say. And that has been difficult, but it also brings opportunities. In the last years, we have been talking a lot more of sustainability, bærekraft. And that is one of the things we have been thinking a lot more of in the library. Because we have a history from Siams gate and now to Folkets hus. And that is something we would like to emphasize. We are bringing a lot of our history with us I don't think it's no longer appropriate to just get out all you have and bring in all new. And the library also have a lot of art, because when they built in 1957, they also made a lot of artwork to put in the library. And a lot of that is we are bringing with us into this building to take care of the history. Some glass art, for instance. We have a big painting, and we have a lot of other small pieces that we are bringing in. And that, I think, we are now building our identity around in the new building. So, a red thread, I think. Mm-hmm. So we are being the Folkets hus again, here. And library, it has changed a lot during the years. And in 2014, we got a new library law in Norway, because we have a library law. And it states that every Norwegian municipality should have a library with a head of library. And what it brought with it was a thought that the library should no longer just be a place for the books. It should be a place for people. And that's quite new. We are, of course, working towards that in that building we are now. But I think with a new house, that would be fantastic. Because in the front of the house, we have windows on the, what do you call it, ground floor. So people can go there, look in and see, it's people there. They are doing something. It would not be the books standing in front, it will be the people. That's important. And what the library law also told us was that we should not only lend out books, but we should have gatherings, we shall be a meeting place. We are going to be a place for debate. And that's not an easy thing to do, just out of the blue. So this is work in progress. And I think moving together with 3 other, like the museum, for instance, that will be our closest neighbor.
Yes.
Yes, in the house. And I know Eigunn very much from before, yes. we can do a lot together. I don't know the English word for it, but samarbeid. Collaboration. That would be a main point for us and for all the actors in Normoria. Have I forgotten something now?
No, that's perfect. Has she forgotten something? Is there anything you want to ask about the library?
What I would also say is that we are planning for the library to be a sort of place where you can come and feel home. There should be a recognition. In Kristiansund, we have a cultural history, and there are a lot of, what should I say, we are not the upper class, all of us. And that should be reflected in what we do with the library and how we bring it to life. So that's why we are bringing in the history, but also the new, and to make people feel not at home. It should not be like a real institution, but a place in the middle. That's what we're aiming for and hoping for, at least. And so will the time show if we succeed, but that is our main goal. And to make it a place for everyone to come, not only those that are using the library today, but also those who are not. Maybe they also can come and find out what a wonderful thing this is, and what we can do together to bring it to life. Thank you.
Thank you. And what we can also mention is that Elizabeth and the library has already had a workshop where they invited in the audience and everyone who was interested to actually have an opinion on what the library should be. And that's the same way that we're working in the museum. So we're trying to interact with the public, asking now, 2.5 years before we are actually in the building, what should this be for you? How can we incorporate that in our plans? Yeah. And we're going to do the same specifically with the younger generation. So in 2021, we signed our contract. The new building company signed a contract with Hent, which is our builder. And we have something called in Norwegian totalentreprise med samspill. And that's a hot topic. It basically means that we decided who was going to build the building, and we started working together with them on our sketches, on our drawings, to see, okay, how are we going to do this in real life to avoid as many hiccups as possible when we actually start building. In 2022, we finished basically most of our plan work, and we're now actually allowed to build. We had it through the political spheres to actually get an approval of starting to build, and we're continuously planning the details inside the house. So this year we started, I was about to say with our chisels up there, we had a formal start of tearing down the buildings. So now we've torn down everything that's going to be torn down. We've ripped out everything that's going to be ripped out, so you just see the shells of the buildings. If you haven't been there, take a look up there when you're out today. Just go around the area because it's quite spectacular. And the people saying that 10,000 square meters isn't enough, they don't know how much that is. That's a lot of square meters. Now we're bombarding the whole area because this is mountains. This is Kristiansund. We're built on like a rock. So we need to come down through the rock. Basically, we're using dynamite like 2-3 times a day for 2-3 months now to actually get down to the level where we're going to be. And what we're building there is the opera room, it's the museums, magazines, it's everything that we need in the base structure. So this is what we're doing this year, and next year we're going to start, or this year we're going to start building, and next year you're going to really see the shell of the building taking shape. But that's also, this time that we're going into now, this is also the time where we're starting to plan how this is going to be when we move in. The building's going to be ready in 2025, the spring of 2025, fingers crossed. And then we're going to start putting in everything connected to the stage, everything connected to the logistics in the house, everything connected to the exhibition of the museum, the bookshelves of the library, everything that's going to be in the house. That's what we're going to start with that spring. And in August 2025, there's a grand opening. By that time, we need to have had a serious conversation about what other stuff is going to go on in this house. We need to say from August 2025 until August 2030, what's going to be going on here? What kind of house is this going to be? Who's going to be in it, in addition to the 4 big parties that are involved? What's this going to be for you? This is a conversation that we need to start now. We have started it like with different groups already, but we need to be consistent and we need to ask everyone who wants to have an opinion on it. So in 2026, that's going to be our first full year with just being open, functioning in this amazing new house. And this is what it's going to look like. This is just, I'm going to show you some of the pictures of the current architecture. I'm saying current. I hope it's not going to change again because I'm going to have a heart attack. But when Henning Larsen came into the project, because they were the architect that Hent, our contractor, brought in, they started out with this image on the left. And there was a huge, I don't know what to call it. It was kind of like a war going on in the media and the social media, and people were saying, oh, are you building a bus station? Are you building a shopping mall? What is this horrendous new building? And obviously because people had gotten used to the way it used to look from 2011. That was a little bit different. So this was kind of a breach of how it was going to be. Then we said that, okay, in any case, we need to tone it down a little bit. So the image on the right there, that's how it's going to appear roughly. And what you can see is that we're taking out everything that kind of steals from the existing architecture. We're trying to build something that's going to stand in its own right, but is also giving back to the existing. And what that did is that it also gave the regional authorities and the people on, what's it called, fylkesantikvar? Yeah. Anyways, the people who know old buildings, like I should, actually, in the museum, they said that this is a much better way of building it to not steal too much from the existing architecture. So this is another angle. You see we've taken out the roof top on top of that, but we're carrying through the kind of like wavy movement that you can see throughout the building. And that is actually one of the visual functions of, it has a function too, but that's one of the things that we brought with us from the old project. So this kind of wavy appearance. And the top there that you see, that's kind of high up. So that's the stage tower. So that's basically how we can do opera. And that's going to have, it's not called skifer. What's skifer called in English? Yeah, so that's slate. And slate is very common here in Kristiansund. So we're bringing a lot of the old architecture back to the house. This is also just a picture, if you see it from Festiviteten and downwards, this is how it's going to be, the picture on the right. And from our angle, where we're standing now, if you went a little bit further up the street, this is how it's going to look from the other end of Langveien. And as you can see, you see that you can kind of like look, it's kind of like Elizabeth says, that you want to stand on the outside and still feel that you're part of the inside. You can stand on the inside and feel that you're still a bit outdoors. So the whole hall that goes down through the terrain there, that's kind of like the main ore of the building. That's what's going to make, not random people, but people who doesn't really have anything to do in there actually move through the building. This is the kind of indoor bike path, if I could call it that. So we want people to move inside the building, get inside the glasses, inside the doors, so that we can snatch them up and say, this could be interesting for you, or what do you think about this? Or just make them part of something that they wouldn't usually or otherwise look out themselves. These are just some pictures to make you get a feel of how it's going to be on the back. This is the back of the house. This is going to be the main area for the cultural school. So this is where all the kids are going to get their tutoring, their piano lessons, dance lessons, everything that's going to be going on in the back there. This is a picture of the library. This is kind of early days. You can't see the current because it's a work in progress, as Elizabeth is saying, so we're working on this right now. What kind of materials are we going to use? How is this going to feel when you actually go into the room? This is one of the dance rooms. The opera has dance lessons with hundreds of kids. So that's one of the things that are going to be moving into this house. This is the front. So when you're standing kind of a little bit down the square down here, you're going to be looking at, this is Folkets hus. We're going to take back the architecture. We've gotten rid of some of the architecture that was kind of put on it through the years. So the first floor here, that's going to be the main, it's the children's department, right, Elizabeth? The first floor, yeah. Yeah, and that's also different from a lot of cultural buildings where they usually put the children's department further up in the building because that's safer and less, I don't know, attractive, or I don't know what it is. Safer, I doubt, because we want the kids to be in full view and we want them to feel that this is their house from the moment they enter the building. Here's just another one from opposite side of the main road. And bear in mind that we're building this house right next to a main road into the city here. It's not the municipality's road. It's not something that we can just do something with. So we need to think a lot about the infrastructure around the building too. Like, how are people going to get to it? Who are the people who are going to get into it? Who are our main audience? And what I've already told you now, main audience, children. People who doesn't have a car. And what does that mean? That means that parking slots are not necessarily the main issue of this building. So we have had a lot of discussion around this. We need to make this accessible for everyone, but in particular, the children and the youth. This is how it's going to look in night as we envision it now. The slate and the kind of like the exterior of the building can be used with light, can be used with sound. Also, we're thinking a lot more with this structure than just what's going to be on the inside. And I know that Brit and the committee have also been talking about this, but this will be a landmark in Kristiansund, and it will also be very visible. It's quite tall. This is the main foyer. Yes, foyer. Yes, that's kind of like the walking path down the road. If you go through here now, you go down the stairs and you come through into the museums, exhibitions, the libraries, children's department, and then you enter Kongens Plass, which is the square in front here. So this is supposed to be not just for the audience, not just for the people doing something particular in the building, but just hang out. This is from the other end, where you can see the road is coming up on the left side of the building. And if you see that guy in the jeans there, is about to get into the museum's exhibitions. This is the black box that we're building. It's a rehearsal room, mainly, but it's also a room for a performance. And what it does for our other buildings, which is quite essential, is that when the opera has the rehearsal sessions, which is a lot of days during the year, they don't do that in Festiviteten from here on. They're going to do it in this room, mainly, which means that we can use Festiviteten as a cultural house during the full season, which is in the winter, mainly, and we can use the main opera room in the cultural house, too, while the opera still has a good place to do their rehearsals. This is back to the opera room. I know that the opera was just visiting another opera that had a room that was similar to this just a couple of weeks ago. And there were, as I've been told, crying and emotions coming through, because finally now, like Elizabeth says, we're starting to believe that this is going to actually happen. And we're starting to understand what is going to happen. So it's kind of like a terror mixed with extreme happiness. So this is the last picture that I have, and it's just a back entrance into the building. But my point with this is that it should show that, as I've said 10 times already, this is a house where you can just hang out. This is a place where you can just be without anyone looking at you and questioning, why are you here? The whole building is kind of going to be like a library in your head. It's going to be a place, it's free. You don't have to tell anyone why you're there. We can sneak in a little bit of art, a little bit of culture. We can build our democracy. We can build our society by you being there. And that's my final point to this is, I hear we're asking about the politicians, we're asking about the money, and we're asking about everyone who's in charge. I want to draw your attention to these 4 parties that are in this house: the library, the cultural school, the opera, and the museum. We are big institutions. We want to collaborate. We can draw attention to the arts. We can also be a partner in this, and I think that we have to look more and more into those kind of collaborations to actually get attention. We are already on the state budget. We can actually be the door opener in many cases. So I just want to put that out there. I think there's going to be a debate later, so maybe we can, someone can challenge me back. But I can say, as head of the museum at least, we want to do this. We want to get in touch. We want someone to come and say, you know what, I have an idea. What do you think about that? And we're actually big enough to do something about it. So that's just like my final appeal today. And now you've seen some of Normoria. I don't think any of us are going to understand what this is until we open the doors. But we have something great to look forward to. Thank you.
Hello, ready? I just want to share another personal experience because I hear a lot of previous generations tell us that they can't keep up with our generation because of digital development. But I want to remind you of how you guys shape us so much. I grew up at the library. I would go there almost every day when I was a child, and I was so lucky that Elisabeth gave me a job during high school. And these women shaped me way more than they think. Actually, Elisabeth shaped my leadership style, and I haven't told her this, but often I would say, what would Elisabeth do? Or I worked with a lot of other young leaders, and I would say, you know, my boss, when she was in this situation, she did this. And they shaped me so much that whenever I would move to different cities, the first thing I would do was to look for the nearest library, even so. So you do shape us, and you do achieve. I have a massive belief that you will achieve this. On that note, you have a 30-minute lunch break, and enjoy your time. god, sett dere ned. Ja. Kom igjen, folkens! Skynd dere! Det er noen folk som må rekke fly og buss og sånne ting. Okay, so the next person has an incredible Facebook feed, I have to say. Every project he presents is mind-blowing. He has a master's in architecture from Architect School at Bergen, but he's also studied social anthropology and landscape economy, as well as history of philosophy. He explores architecture not only through art, but also from a social anthropological perspective, which I look forward to listen to more. And he collaborates a lot with students. And one of the projects he works on now is this opening ceremony in Bodø, which will happen in next year. I believe 2024?
Yes, February next year.
Yes, perfect. And it's a collaboration with Phase 7, Nordland Theater, and Ada Jürgensen. There you go.
Thank you. So I'm Hans-Petter Bjørnådal from Bjørnådal Architect Studio. We have a studio here at Kaia, just looking over the harbor, and amazing location. We were very happy to find this place. And we've been here for now 1 year, and we hope to develop this place further. We think Kristiansund has so many amazing opportunities. And I'm very happy that Carl is having this seminar and getting all these people together. It's an amazing thing. We are doing projects, we have like a large scale of projects. It's from art projects, it's from, we do housing, we do planning, but it always starts that we want to do like a poetic, want to have a poetic approach, and we want to have a holistic approach. And like whatever project we have, we try to like find something that we can elevate the project on. So every project goes from sketching, programming, visuals, and then to actually constructing it. When I first came here, we're trying to find out, like always trying to find out, like what is like the local identity. We see now in city planning that we always look to Big Brother. Like if you are in Mo I Rana, you're looking to Trondheim, what are they doing? And you start to copying them. Instead of like believing in what is happening in your own city. So with this project, we started to look at dry cod. And this is the reason why we have this city. And it's the reason why we have like all the cities in northern Norway and on the coast. And we are looking to find what is special with this place. And in Kristiansund, they're drying cod, and they have like this shield that they put on top of the fish, so it doesn't get bad from rain. We're trying to make like a new structure, not to copy what has been done before, but it's still like getting something from the old form, and we build this structure to dry cod. And this is all about connections, because we were invited to Venice Biennale to do a project. So we're bringing actually Kristiansund to Venice. And these connections have been there for 500 years, maybe even more. If you go to Venice and you go to a restaurant, you have all the meals and it's all with dry cod from this area. And it's quite special to see that we were doing this performance and we're bringing the cod and we're bringing it to Venice. And people are so proud. And they know this. This is like food for a week. And all of these cod, they were just spreading all around Venice. And even though I went back 1 year ago, and I just come by like a restaurant, and they was just asking like, what are you doing here? And I was telling about this project, and okay, no, it's free wine for you. We remember this. So it's like the connection is so deep in Venice and the city. We developed this project further. We wanted to bring in students from Kristiansund and also students from Venice. And we were looking at fish eggs and trying to get a connection there. We were setting up a workshop also with Geir Morten Karlsen from Averøy, who is the master of glass, and he was teaching them how to make an imprint on these glasses. So instead of going to seeing the past, we were trying to get the future from the students. We had an exhibition here in Kristiansund Kunsthall with the works from Kristiansund videregående. And then we brought it to Venice. And it's quite beautiful work. And here you see it in Giardini Marina Ressa, looking over the harbor. And like every one of these are unique. It's the dreams of the students. After this, we were invited to having the opening ceremony for Bodø 2024. This is quite like an amazing story that I think is important for Kristiansund. Like Bodø is now the European capital of culture. 20 years ago, they were shutting down the NATO base in Bodø, and they didn't know what to do. Like, where are we going with the city? So they decided to make a culture house, which is Stormen, you all know this. And when they first got this culture house up, something started to happen with the people and with the belief of the people. And they're suddenly starting to believe in themselves. It's not about like having the cheap restaurants around. It's about having the best restaurants. Because you're going to seeing big culture and you want to elevate that with fantastic food. And so they build this confidence. They start to build new architecture. They even say that we want a new city. Like what to do with the old airport. So we build a new city. And they couldn't have done that like 20 years ago. They didn't have the confidence. And then they even go on and win against Inter Milan in football, and you cannot even talk with them. So there's something about confidence that I think we will see here also in Kristiansund. When we get up Normoria, when we get the campus, and starting to believe in what Kristiansund is, because it's an amazing city. In this project, we are trying to make like a cultural heartbeat of the city. We're trying to unite all of Nordland, because it's not only Bodø. When you're a cultural capital, you have like a whole region you need to take care of. We were looking like first on like a drum, and then we went on to looking on cod, because cod is the reason why Bodø is existing. It's the reason why we are here. Norway bought the first fighter planes with dried cod. That's the only reason before oil. This project is now it's taking inspiration from the fish or the ear of the cod. This is quite a special organ, and if you take it out, it's like kind of jewelry. You can make quite beautiful things of it, and people around the world have used it as jewelry. And we are also taking inspiration from the Northern Lights. And this project will be standing there in Bodø Havn, the harbor. It will be 18 meters in diameter and 30 meters high. We have this, the opening is in February, so we need to do this show whatever happens. And we all know that in northern Norway there can be like a hurricane. So this is quite special to make something that we need. We know it's going to be a national television, and we know it needs to be done. To something else, I was grown up in Mo I Rana. Around Mo I Rana, there's a big mountain, which is called Okstinnan. It's a very special mountain because it's like the meeting between the coastal culture and the inland culture. So you will have like a connection straight to Finland, to Russia, with the Sami, and you will also have the connection going to Portugal and Venice. And everything is like going around this mountain. So we were invited to do a scenography for this play called Klemet, and it's about a Sami shaman who was living there, and he was living under a rock. This is called a heller. And the Sami has like this knowledge of landscape that you can have like an avalanche going 2 meters on the side of this rock, but you know that you're safe. So, but this cultural tension between the Sami and the farmers in this valley is so big that they actually blew this up. So we woke up in, it was in '83, I think, and the newspaper, the first page is like, this is blown to pieces, and nobody knows who has done it. And so the farmers are like secretly just hushing it all down. Everybody knows who it is, but still it's this big, big tension. So this project is about the healing of a community. And how can you heal a community? So we're looking at the drum. This is like the Sami, how you build a story. And we're trying to put all the stories on the drum. And we make all of the villagers come and play a part. So you cannot hide anymore. You have to play out the story and see every part of this story. We make the movements on the drum and creating space for this healing. So now this project has gone for, it's 12 years, I think, and they're very, very proud of it. And they're starting to get like a unity in this, this valley. We made all of this project, I think we had a budget of like 10,000 euro. It's like nothing, so how do we do it? So we need to find materials in the valley. So everything is reused from barns in the valley. And for like the backdrop, we don't have anything. So what do? We make a haystack and we put some light on it. So it's, by being creative, you always like find a solution to getting it done. Verket was one of my first projects. I came out of architect school and into like the architect office and feeling that it's not like what I really want to do. So we're trying to do something else. So Verket is a festival in Mo I Rana, and we're starting to study the industrial heritage of the town. And Mo I Rana is a steel city. It was founded after the war. It's mainly from a declaration from the state that we are going to be independent. We're going to have our own steel industry. And we have hydropower, and so we can make our own steel. But what we found is like this pride. And you think like, you're working at the steel mill, and what are you doing? But working with these people, and they're coming, we are just asking, can you help us with making this project? And they say, yes. So they make it like quite fast, and they come in like some kind of Jedi knights and just doing their work, and this pride, like we did this, and we know what we're doing. So it's still standing there in Mo I Rana. And we had a workshop for kids where they could do whatever they wanted to do with the walls, putting up their opinions. Meditative landscape. We were invited to Lithuania by Vytautas Landsbergis. He's the son of the famous Landsbergis that freed Lithuania from Soviet Union. After the Soviet Union, Lithuania was having like an identity crisis. What are we doing? Like, who are we? They have been under the rule of Soviet, and before that, they were under the rule of Germany, and before that, they were under the rule of the big Polish Empire. So they don't really know who they are. And that's the reason why he invited for this workshop, to find like the stories of Lithuanians. Our approach was to put up spaces for meditation on the landscape. So we were putting up like gapahuk. This is the very small shelters that we find all over Scandinavia, but it's looking over the marshes, which is very powerful in Lithuania because you have all these myths coming from them. And we were working with these rocks. These rocks is a very big element for the witches in the region, and they're looking at their paganism as a source of identity. So they will come and make offerings to these stones, putting on flowers, so it becomes like a cultural object. And we also made like a snake with water. The snake in Lithuanian mythology is very powerful. And we made places for seating where you can have discussions, singing, and creating or starting to create the identity. Let's see. The last project I will show is called Community Landscape. It's a project in Tromsø. We were invited to make a public artwork in Grønnåsen skole. It's located a little bit south of the airport, but on the big ridge. So our approach was to make a project that can be used by the students, but also by the neighborhood. So we are looking at the landscape elements. We're starting to make some drawings on how to make a landscape. These are our first sketches, and we have like a budget on, I think it was 800,000 we had first, and this is during COVID. We ended up like with a double, like the prices were rising. So it was quite stressing project. We made the project from CNC, from wood. So it's like, I think 396 pieces of wood. Ben Adams was our carpenter, cutting all the pieces and then putting them together again at the site. Here we're putting up the form. When we're working with CNC, the detail and the precision is so important. Like if you do 1 millimeter wrong, you can just forget about the project. So we had to be quite innovative about finding solutions on site. So here you see how you put these pieces together. And I think we used 2 weeks on site, 3 people getting this project done. So it was quite focused work, and we're quite happy about it. With this form, it's people can really find their own way of using it, and we see kids are finding their own ways, their own places, and I think it's very good for the creative brain to you're not being told that you have to play here or do that. It's like you have to find your own way of using it, and I think it's quite nice. Okay. Any questions? No, it would be fantastic. Yes. Tenkte på kunstprosjekter? Ja, vi har en del arkitektoniske prosjekter på gang. Vi har noen seksmannsboliger på Innlandet. Så vi er på gang med sånne prosjekter. Vi har lyst til å utforske kunstprosjekter. Og vi har jo kanskje et håp om å ta det Spears-prosjektet tilbake hit. Nå er det lagret i Venezia. Det er tross alt laget av elever fra videregående her. Så det kunne vært fint å fortsette på det på et vis. Så tror jeg det kommer ganske mange muligheter og prosjekter her med det samarbeidet vi begynner å få her med Kristiansund Kunsthall. Byen er full av muligheter her, så vi gleder oss til fremtiden. Ok. Tusen hjertelig.
Our last speaker of this weekend is Menno Cramer, and he has a PhD in both neuroscience and architecture, and he likes to explore the sort of meeting point between neuroscience and design. He also likes to explore how architecture can reduce the stress level in an environment. So he does work in environments that have their own challenges, and he works daily with technology, UX, and many other things that you will probably tell us. And then he's also a creator for technology for SPIN, as well as a neuroscience consultant at Arc Shelter.
First of all, I'm a bit vague sometimes, so if you don't follow, that's okay. I want to thank you, everyone, for also accommodating this to be in English. I know I'm not the only foreigner here, but I am one of the reasons. So, tusen takk, thank you. And yes, so before I start, let me put one disclaimer out there. Everything that is not nature has been created by a brain. So this MacBook has been designed by someone, this space has been designed by someone, this speaker has been designed by someone, the bus schedule has been designed by someone. If it's a product, a space, or a service, it comes from someone. And the only way for us to make sense of that is to consume it with your brain. So it's someone's brain fart being absorbed by another brain to make sense of what this is, to have feelings, to understand, to whatever. So we are all victim of this, yet very little people understand how the brain works. Even I don't, like I'm not the expert. So I ask a lot of questions, I don't have a lot of answers, and that's a comfortable space to be in. So I'll first tell a story of design. Then we'll do a little bit of neuroscience, because that's what I'm passionate about. And it's easy, like, it's an easy topic to end on, right? I mean, you're all still here, so. Then some math, because if the neuroscience isn't hard enough, we can make it more boring. And then a real world example. I've been preaching this for 10 years, maybe 12, but eventually you need to eat your own dog food, right? So if you have this story of how does neuroscience and design relate, you can't just keep saying it, because people ask a question, okay, but if I paint this space blue instead of black, how does it change the perception of someone on stage? Or, like, you need to get answers eventually. So a story of design. We are, the world around us is very square. Flat surfaces are easy, walls are easy, there are a lot of 90-degree corners. But in nature, this doesn't necessarily exist. I'm not saying we should build caves and everything should be spheric and whatever. I'm just saying that we are a biological entity, and we often forget that. And it's not about machine and it's not about tech, but it's a very rooted base where we start. Whereas most spaces, and I studied a lot of medical spaces, they're very ugly. They're very... Luckily, the people that are here are there for another reason, so they don't pay enough attention to the space. But they are very harsh, and they're not healthy. And I think everyone understands ergonomics, like what is the weight of the handle of a knife in order for the hand to fit right. In architecture and in design, and if it's urban design or any design, there should be a neuroergonomics, like what is good for the brain rather than what is good for the body. And then spaces, they are changing with technology as well. They become interactive, they become tactile, and they go from the harshness of reality to playfulness. But you can't say that red and pink is playful. There's no correlation between the designed stimulus and the perceived experience of something. And then it's everywhere. Design is in products, in services, in spaces. And this is, like, we cannot escape it. There's no way you cannot be exposed. And then the last thing here is the technology is changing. If you find this beautiful or ugly, I don't really care. But we're not stuck to the limitations of technology in order to create. With the construction methods, as well as with calculation, we are entering an era where the future building does not have to be square. And that is an opportunity that we need to start rethinking. Why are we stuck to the old-fashioned way of thinking just because it's been this way, because of what we were capable of? This is a cathedral which was designed with the intent to have this sense of awe. So to be amazed, to be silent, to experience something greater, whatever that may be, if it would be the exposure to the Fibonacci sequence of the beams on the ceiling that then would resonate to your wavelength. Now, I'm not very scientific at this stage, but it's a study. It's a try to understand why do large spaces make you go quiet? Why do you feel something when you walk into a place? And it's still very explorative, as in there are no answers. Like AutoCAD and ArchiCAD, they don't have like a plugin where you see the behavioral output, as in this space. If I walk in, my heart rate would go from 76 to 74, and now I'm calmer. Or this space will allow social interaction to happen because we perceive it neurologically as safe. So that changes how we act and interact. And then now you can study even further and really understand what's happening in the brain. Where am I looking? Where am I paying attention? What is hitting me? And with technology, and now I'll stop expanding because otherwise I need to cover all topics, but the innovation speed is going tremendously fast, and we're doing very little research or protection on ourselves of what we're exposing us to. We know that what we're exposed to will impact us, but we don't know how, or we don't know what it will do. I've showed this to some of you before. You can read it yourself. There's a volunteer that is brave. We can try. But the brain doesn't read single things. So the brain, like when I stand here, I see this space. It's one thing. But there's a light, there's a ceiling, there are beams, there are corners, there's whatever. But the brain is not going to analyze all 5,322 features and then do the math and the area under the graph and say, oh, I like this. That's not like, I only consume 100%. If I turn around and I see less, I still consume 100%. But the 100% has changed. And now I'll pull ahead, if she's watching the recording. This is the brain. It's very nice. No, but it's, I will not explain how it works. I really want you to take away that it's like a very dirty, complex chemical thing. Like, it's like when you cut meat or a fish, it's like meaty. Well, makes sense. But the brain is the same. Like, it's not this construct of thoughts and feelings and whatever. No, it's neurons firing, it's cells moving, it's hormones going up and down, it's electricity going, whatever. And then there's this layer, this concept, where all of a sudden, one electricity spark on one side starts meaning something. And that goes from understanding what it is to taking it in. And actually, I think a lot of artists and architects, they bias sight. I think we use our eyes too much, whereas if you look in the brain, the area responding to sound or the area responding to smell is actually a lot stronger, and the connections are stronger and they're deeper, but sight is the only one we can understand. And then the brain talks with the body, right? So when you have a coffee, your heart rate goes up. Like, it's not rocket science. And when you're stressed, you might have sweaty palms, right? And we are human. We are intrinsically human. And the brain talks to the body, and the body talks to the brain. But this link, you can hijack as well. This one you can play with. This is one emotion or one state that we're very familiar with, and it's stress. And the interesting thing about stress is that actually stress is healthy. Without stress, the heart would not understand, it would need to beat. Because stress, from an evolutionary point of view, helps you feed this guy. Maybe not here in Norway, but it helps you run faster in a fight. It helps you fight longer. And stress is healthy, and our society has ruined the beauty of what stress actually is, and it made it a bad thing, because we're constantly exposed for not necessary fights. Emptying your email box is not a fight you should be fighting every day, because it doesn't serve a purpose. So we're exposing ourselves to a lot of endurance without actually benefiting from it, because no one reads those emails anyways. I don't remember what I wanted to say here. But it's, I know, because there's the next slide, yes. I was talking to Trige, and he was like, but how does it work? Like, your brain is different than mine, your perceptions are different than mine, your memory is different than mine. But we're all similar to an extent, as in we all have these regions and we all have these things, and they all work the same way. And biologically speaking, we're related to the other species. But you can actually see in the behavior the brain size and which part, what's the base, what's the frontal cortex, what allows me to have feelings or emotions or understand consciousness, because dependent on how far you think, not all species have that. Where's my, here. But what I said is like, the easiest way to understand is the brain is the combination of a sponge and a field of grass. It's a sponge because it's a network with holes, but it's connected, but it can carry the water and it just absorbs and absorbs and absorbs. The sponge doesn't know how much water it has. It doesn't understand what it has. It absorbs. It leaks out eventually too. Like, the brain's not an infinite thing that you can just put stuff in. And then the pathways, they get stronger if you use them a lot. And that makes you as a person. So if you follow one neuronal path over and over and over again, it's like the one here in the grass. And that mapping you can do. So if I would look in my brain when I see the concept house, and I would look in Hans Peter's brain when he sees the concept house, I can follow the route. I know the route is not the same, because of culture, because of history, because of family, because of whatever reason that we've a different concept of house, but it's the same route through this sponge. And that is a mapping that we all have and that we all understand, and that's why we can communicate as well, because the word home has a meaning, the word house has a meaning. But throughout cultures, that also varies a bit. In some places, home is a much more family-oriented construct, and in some it's a safety-oriented construct. And then it's the same path, but the reason why it exists and how it's there has changed. I will not go into detailed this, but it's like we see stuff, and we only see change. We don't actually see what we think that we see. This speaker has been here the whole day. None of you have been watching to the speaker in the last 20 minutes. Because you just ignore it. Like, it doesn't make sense for your brain to check. Sometimes it checks, oh yeah, that black curtain is still there. Cool, and I can ignore it. So, and I only, when I see you, I have this mental structure of you. And if I would change my head, I still know you're here, so I can move my mental structure without actually having to consume new pixels to make sense of what it is. Because if we would need to analyze every single pixel, every single second, the brain would get very, very tired. And the good thing is that we're all intrinsically lazy, right? The body will find a more efficient way of doing something, because why not? Okay. And then there's a real hardcore, like, chemical piece to it that we cannot control. I cannot think harder and my synapse releases more neurotransmitters. Like I'm a victim to the own state that my brain has developed over time. And yes, you can train that. Yes, a diet is related. Yes, exposure to nature is related. But you cannot just change your feelings, your opinions, your beings, because there is this sponge that has been pushed together and pulled out, and it's this ball, like I said, this dirty ball of molecules, right? And yeah, I think that's enough. But the hard part is, how do you go back to this then, right? So I understand, I have neurons, there's electrical activity, there are chemicals floating around, there are hormones, there are neurotransmitters, which I can hack with medication or with substances or whatever, but how do I go back to being able, as a creator, as a maker, how do I go to being able to accurately predict what the behavioral, psychological, or physical impact or outcome would be? And how can I guarantee that for you it's the same as for you? Because that, as a creator, should be your responsibility. But when I did my PhD, often people came to me and said, oh, but how can I change this bar so it makes more money? Or how can I have a date and then pick the place where the date occurs to have a higher success rate of whatever purpose that date may have had? And it's not that easy, because we cannot yet, maybe ever, fully accurately predict what it does. But what I like about the work that also Lars said, but what Marco said, it's the urban acupuncture. We don't know what it is, what it does, but we know that if I poke here with a needle in a layer of the fabric of society, if that's cultural or social or financial or whatever layer you need or have, I know that I can push and I can do something. This one I've shared before in another group, but this one is interesting, I think, because it's about creativity. So there was a study from Myers and Levi, where they exposed people in this room. This room is similar, as you can see, but there's a different ceiling height. And what they did there was that they got a random group of words that they needed to put in groups that they found logical. And the group that was in the room with the higher ceiling came up with more complex words as the grouping for the words that they were exposed to. So for example, in the lower ceiling one, you had I don't know, all of these sports have a ball. Okay, like tennis, football, or whatever. In the higher ceiling one, it's all these ball sports are a team sport. Or like they had more complex constructs, as if they had more cognitive capability, purely based upon the spaciousness of the space. And then the interesting part is that the spaciousness of a space is not due to architectural properties alone. So you can, let's go here. You can change the exact same space by changing light alone. Your brain will not see this as the equal box, even though it is the exact same box. So how can you play, and I think we do that a lot with light, with colors, with whatever, and trick the brain in understanding that your mental picture of this space is not a one-to-one match of the physical space. So then we started to play with the concept of spaciousness. And spaciousness was compared, contrasted with tranquility. Tranquility, very fancy word in the sciences, but basically it's not the Zen and the mindfulness and the whatever. That's not what tranquility, scientifically speaking, is. Tranquility is on the opposite end of stress. So the definition of tranquility is the absence of stress. And then what are the architectural features that would contribute to understanding that stress? So what we did, we measured the skin conductance and the spit, the saliva. Saliva has cortisol, and cortisol is directly related with stress. And you can measure that. So we designed different spaces, different rooms, and measured the impact. So they were exposed to sound. The sound are the ayats, which is not very pleasant. It's a standardized list of disgusting sounds. Someone vomiting, car crash, crying children, busy cafe, explosion, gunshot, whatever. And these sounds are standardized in to what extent it will impact you. So there's a list as in, if you hear someone retching, it does something to your body, right? And that you can measure. So what we did is we exposed them to a different space and then have them exposed to these sounds and design it in such a way that the people, that we could measure the impact and then cross-correlate the reduced impact to which architectural features they were exposed to. Just to start proving that there is this direct link, and to start proving as in, I don't know, access to nature, access to a window, being close to a wall, the color intensity, the light intensity, and really understand what are the features, or the perceived features, which is different than the actual features, that have an impact. The last participant was not very happy. We could not use this one, gave an ice cream and sent them home. Now, we're going into the math. Are you still with me? Things are okay? So, the work from Luca, and this is related with the study from the bio-urbanism field. It's been mentioned a few times. What can we learn from nature? What can we learn from how ants build their things? How a leaf grows? Can we change the streets here to mimic the veins in a body? Because nature has a lot more experience in creating things than we do. Even though we are nature, but that's a whole different debate. So this is a plan of a city. And maybe there's a square, there's a piazza, maybe there's a park, maybe there's some water, there's some shops and some people. Then you can start plotting. I don't know if we have a mathematician in the room. Awesome, so I can say whatever. But for me, this is the concept of urban acupuncture explained in a less fluffy way. So when you have a park, or an intervention, or a sculpture, or a building, or Normoria, or something, it is this peak, this spike, which is the acupuncture point, right? And that then lifts the whole area up, or it has an impact. It has an impact there, it has an impact on the block, it has an impact on the finances, it has an impact on social being, and has an impact on everything. And these things are related, and that comes with. And then when you start mapping the city, you have these benefit lines. So there's a hotspot, there's a park, there's a pond, there's a playground, there's a something. But then you have multiple, right? So in the bottom corner, you see the piazza, the park, and the water, and the shops. They will all come back again. And then all of a sudden, the city gets a full layer of exposure. And then this is, I think, where when you design, or when you decide the intervention sites, you should map very carefully so you cover the right places and the right amount of the people that you need to reach, and that you can literally lift the whole town up. I'm not sure that's what he meant with this paper, but that's how I'm using it. Then the last part. So this was I worked with Martin and Victor and Michiel from Arc Shelter. And this is a project in Belgium, which is inspired by the Maggie Care Centers. So what it is, it's a place that is closely related to hospitals, and where patients that have cancer are being treated, or the process of after chemo, after how do you say that? When the doctor says what you have? After the moment of establishing, you start this process of healing. And then how can you have a space that is much less clinical and much less medical, much less sterile, that is a support for them to have these brain healthy spaces, is what we're trying to do. And then we started to work, we started to understand, okay, if you go through chemo, your relationship with light changes, your relationship with smell changes, your relationship with everything changes, because the body changes. And that's the direct link, as I said earlier, the body and the brain are directly related, but it also works the other way around. If the body is under attack, the brain will also respond differently. And then with the modular buildings that we do, we started to play around. How can I build, how can I design for moments to occur? And how can I design that each emotional, mental, physical, physiological need was being addressed? This is now here. It's been open for, I think, almost a year, or maybe not a year yet. And the community in there is coming to life. We focused on access to nature, focused on smells of the communal part of the kitchen. If you cannot eat anything or not keep everything inside, maybe you don't want to sit around when people are having food. Focus on privacy, focus on light, remove the hard edges, and allow people to be in the space which does not feel like I'm visiting a doctor. So also the therapy rooms are directly under the sky with access, and not so clinical. Try to reduce the number of 90-degree corners, or at least the perception thereof. So there are lights under, and then when there's a light strip in the corner, the brain cannot perceive it because it becomes a smooth, because the light falls around. And very light wood, very calming, very quiet. And also make sure that the sound doesn't bounce off, right? So have the right texture, feel, so that you control what's happening in the space. Because with a lot of glass, it's very harsh, like the sound just bounces off and it becomes not very calming unless you're quiet. Yeah, these are just some pictures when it was just finished. And I think that's what I had to share. So before we go to questions, there's one takeaway slide, in case you don't remember the math formula. That was really easy. We are a biological machine. We should not forget that. We are maybe more than that, but we are at least that. You cannot design a single feature. Forget that. UX design always does that. Give me a banner that converts more. It's like, I don't care. The web page is not the banner, right? It doesn't, like, it's not the whole thing. The comprehension and the understanding are two separate things. Like, the color red is associated with anger and love and emotion, but it's not just that. Like, you cannot make the immediate link. And there's no single pathway to have a perfect response. Until we do, and then I'll come back again and I can present about that. But Probably not. So thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, you already did that. It's okay. In the States. It's in Arkansas. I actually don't know where. It's quite old already. But it was very experimental, or like, I want to create a space that evokes X. I mean, I don't know, maybe the creator of this space had that too, right? So but yeah, it's there still. Anyone else? Don't be scared. I know it's been long days. Thank you for keeping attention. Yes?
Why was it square?
Why was what square? That's a good question. So I think we are still stuck at the capacity of the creation, also with the budget and with the experimental piece. We weren't allowed to go too far away from what is allowed, with building regulations as well as the medical piece. And I think with the light strips in the corners, you take away the worst part of the square, and with the light at the top, instead of the corner being the ceiling and the wall, the ceiling is kind of floating. So even though from a drawing perspective there is a 90-degree corner, for your brain there's not necessarily this direct hard edge, because the glass, even though it's a corner, I look through it, right? So my mental model of the space is bigger than the actual space.
But how about the outside?
Well, the outside we don't care about. The people live inside. No, but that's a good point. I guess we could have made it a little bit more smooth. But actually, that's a good point. I think the outside was not interesting for us, because you needed the safe space and the ramp to get from the hospital to come here. And then you're protected, you're inside. It's like, it's the nest, right? And we did think about having the core in the center, so that the nest is like hugging the core. But yeah, I think that's still a creation restriction rather than a ideation restriction. Yes?
How do you work with the material? I see you have a lot of wood material. The brain and the material.
So there are a lot of nudges towards that using natural materials is actually really healthy, if that would be or stone or wood or whatever. If that's because of the time we've been exposed to it, or maybe we can unconsciously understand it better. But it's more of a, I don't know how to say, it's like, I started sculpting in stone, and there you remove the trash, right? So the sculpture, when you start, technically is already there. Most other arts, you create something out of nothing, and with sculpting, you remove what is not needed. And I think with the choice of materials, it's a bit the same. Like, you don't need to ruin what nature had created, and you don't need to hide it or cover it up, because it's just the raw material that technically you can walk outside and be exposed to as well. But I think that's more a personal preference than that's my issue. It's like whenever I talk about this, because I claim there is, I need to have the answer for everything, right? That's what I started with. So yes, I truly believe that there's enough scientific evidence to prove that the exposure to natural materials is more healthy than unnatural materials, which is a difficult statement because there's all carbon molecules and parts and atoms, so technically non-nature is nature. But was that an answer, or do I need to dig myself a deeper hole? Okay. All right. Very good. Then Thank you.
Carl, can you help us bring the chair up? And then I would like to invite the 4 people we asked to join the debate panel. Yes. Okay, I'll help out as well. Is that all right? Også til meg. Og til meg. Ja, takk. So when you're ready, please come up and take your chair. And then Stian can help you with the sound. Carl. No, it's all right. Never mind. Vi tar sånn hånd. And then, yeah. Yeah. Also. Oh. So we have some questions, and then you can answer in Norwegian if it's better. That's fine as well. We are going to provoke you guys a tiny bit. I can give you the first question. Is this on? Yeah, it's on. Yeah. How can artists contribute to in what way can artists contribute to ensure that city development is done in the right way?
Skal jeg begynne å
Yeah.
Kan du liksom spørre den på norsk,
Ja.
på en måte?
Hvordan kan kunstnere bidra til at by- og tettstedsutvikling skjer på en bra måte?
Det var et spennende spørsmål, da. Hvordan, for det første så må vi jo på en måte ha noen ideer, og hva har vi lyst til? Og så det en måte, hvordan skal man gå frem på det? Jeg synes at, og så synes jeg at det viktig å kunne være påvirkere. Hva viktig for meg? Hva ønsker jeg med hvordan byen min skal være? Eller stedet mitt skal være? Så må jeg tørre å påvirke det, eller ha meninger og ytre meg om det. Vi må ha energi og tørre. Og så det andre utfordringer.
Men da blir det litt sånn, hva kom først, høna eller egget? Det prosjektet som kommer først, eller artisten som eller kunstner som, ja, eller ideen.
Ja. Jeg tror det varierer, faktisk. For det er forskjellige strukturer og hvordan man jobber, eller hvordan man går frem. Ja. Kan tenke litt mer på det, faktisk.
Ja, noen av dere andre?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, in what way can artists contribute to ensure that city development and development of small places are done in the right way?
In small places?
As well as cities.
I'm all?
Yeah, just take the microphone. Okay.
I think I would love to rephrase the question actually,
Yeah,
because
go for it.
I think it's important not to say that the artists are carrying the responsibility to change the place. I think places needs to realize the value of the arts and celebrate that and to make it possible for the art to enter the space instead of artists trying to convince society that we should also have work and so on. I mean, we're not poor bastards. We are delivering content and meaning and identity. So we shouldn't be so thankful to participate. We should be celebrated as somebody who can provide something that other people cannot provide. And I think it starts with a kind of basic level of education that we're always told that art is some kind of cost, some kind of dessert we can enjoy when everything else is fulfilled. And I think this is a completely wrong perception of art. I think Menno also talked very nicely about this, that, you know, what we perceive and how we perceive things, if the ceiling is higher or lower or whatever, art is part of that. It's part of your stimulus package. It's part of your, like, if you want to have a rich life, you can't just lower the ceilings and turn off the colors and just count the money. So I think it's very important to learn that art and design and architecture, good architecture, is something people need, and we shouldn't be, you know, sitting there with a paper cup and saying, please give me some money. Because we are making ourselves poorer by that way. I mean, I think that's why it was very interesting for us, me and Didike, to be part of that city development in Oslo at a very early stage, because we are not there to make it nice. We're there to be critical minds and think and put the thinking on the track in a different direction, so you get on track earlier instead of like running down the track, and then when you find out it's a dead end, then you call an artist, can you fix this? So then it's too late, basically. And I think also the perception of art in Norway special is very much related to some kind of like coziness. I mean, Norway, they think they are so free and individual and open and democratic, and we talk about Taliban and other crazy guys as fundamentalists. But I realized that Norway is a very fundamentalist country, and it's based on kos as fundamentalism, because nothing works if it's not koselig, and art should be koselig, and it's just fucked up, because we're not in the department of coziness. We're in the department of creation and thinking and rethinking and reflecting and doubting and improving the parameters of society. And we're not into creating desserts. And I think it's very important to really turn the whole conception and understanding of what art should be. Because if you do that, then suddenly art gets its own place. And in the cockpit of the thinking of what do we actually want from life, instead of just sitting in the back in the economy seat, hoping for a free ride. So I think that's my criticism of the system of a lazy, rich society, which is Norway. And I think it's also significant to see the difference with Germany, where I live, that even the Minister of Culture, Monica Grütters, she explained, why do we need art? And she said, we need art as a spike in the dead flesh of our society. So even the Minister of Culture in Germany understands that art is able to kind of like wake you up and show you some kind of like meaning of life, instead of just sparkling your boring weekends or something with some coziness. I think that, yeah, that's my opinion.
You remind me a bit of Henrik Ibsen.
We are in a former praying house.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, praise be, Lars Ramberg. I couldn't agree more, so I'm not going to add to this. I didn't speak in this seminar, so I'm just going to shortly say that I'm currently director of Møre and Romsdal Art Center, currently located in Molde. And I'm finishing my assignment here in November, I think. I'm just doing my program here. And before that, I was actually once placed in Trondheim, when we were also debating how we were going to develop a Kunsthall in Trondheim. So I was part of that process a very long time ago. And I've been placed all over Norway. And I would say also, I would maybe correct that it's not only Norway being cozy with liking cozy art. It's very much Scandinavian, I would say. It's a Scandinavian coziness problem. Because we are here in this fantastic seminar. Thank you, everybody. It's been wonderful, incredible presentations from all. And Carl, of course, Kristiansund Kunsthall, the whole initiative. But this is the absurdity. We are sitting here doing this seminar and discussing, and someone, I think it was you, Brit, who asked about where are the politicians and so on. And it's not to be rude or in a way boring and having a critique or anything. It's just that it's so important to know that we are in a Kunsthall that has no funding. It hasn't got the regular funding. It was just started like this. And it's a contemporary art space. It means, and it's a seminar about contemporary art, Samtidskunst, and Stedsutvikling, urban developing. And the contemporary art needs its own spaces. It needs its own, it's a field of its own. It's actually, the art is a science like any other science. Like if you were going to make the most fantastic place for surgery, you would talk to a surgeon, wouldn't you? I mean, you would bring in the professionals. So that's why it's so important to have the artist in before processes start. We touched on the subject at another seminar in Ålesund last year, where I was part of the organizing it. So I think we just have to do this again and try to connect with the people who are actually having the power to say yes or no to funding, and try to maybe not sit with a paper cup, but actually have real grown-up discussion and talks and communication about this. Because it's 2023, and I think this talk and these seminars, how many have I been to up through the 30 years in Norway? Many. And it's always been the same discussion. And it's kind of, you know, I'm a bit like Brit, that I feel like, oh my God, why isn't it happening? You know, I've been through this so many times. But anyway, thank you very much for this seminar. It was absolutely wonderful. But I think we have to continue the communication somehow.
So now it's up to me to answer how this is going to happen, since I'm the only bureaucratic slash semi-politician here. I love cozy. I think that's one of the strengths of our society. That doesn't mean that we can't be professionals, and that doesn't mean that we don't view art as an essential part of constructing this society. And I think that through what we're doing in Normoria and through what we're trying to do with all of these grand buildings that we're working on, I think we're trying to show as a society that we're actually viewing the arts as essential as the plumbing, as the painting, as the rooftops, like as the rest of the building. But I think that if you're expecting that the society like this is going to go from not acknowledging to suddenly acknowledging full on, that's not going to happen. So I still think that the artists, you asked how can they contribute to making it a good solution, or was that, I was paraphrasing
done
it.
in the right way.
Yeah, done in the right way, and I'm questioning what's the right way. And I'm thinking that for me, as head of a project, having artists coming in at an early stage saying, how can we incorporate this into the rest of the building, like using art as a means to creating these spaces that we were hearing about just now, the good spaces that actually trigger our brain in certain ways or that trigger our emotions in certain ways, that the artists can see this in a completely different way from actually both architects and engineers and constructors, like everyone else. You have a much freer position. So I'm thinking that that's maybe the main value in it. But then I've met artists that are extremely knowledgeable on what type of flooring do we need to have, what type of ceiling, how is the acoustics. Like they know a lot of things, or you know a lot of things about stuff that you shouldn't. Like you're professionals in a lot of ways. So I'm thinking that it's not only the art, it's the whole atmosphere of the room and how we perceive it. But I'm still a fan of cozy. And representing the more public sphere in it, we need to be challenged too. We need someone to come into my office and say, listen, I know you're doing this, I have an idea. What about, how can we talk about this? Because our doors are open, we want this to happen. It's just that from the day-to-day work, it's not always easy to make space or to sit there and think that for yourself. You need someone to come and challenge you. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not against people having a thrill for coziness, but I was just trying to say that it's not the artist's role as a professional to provide the coziness. You can do a lot with drugs and Netflix and a blanket and sex. That's also cozy. But I think, you know, if you want to look at what can the contemporary art provide for society, the notion of coziness isn't on top of the list for us. It's like you can go to the hairdresser and you can also have a nice therapy ride and talking about life and everything, but that's not why you're going there. You go to get your hair cut. So, and you can have a nice talk as well. But I think it's important also to stress that visual art, at least, is very much a part of a emotional and intellectual experience. And that's why I think it's cool we sit here also in this bedehus, because before, in terms of city development, you built a church and a town hall and a school, and then people started to come and they built small houses around it and small businesses and everything. So you kind of like planted this main tree with that kind of like spiritual house as the church used to be. But we don't do that anymore. But you build culture houses like you do, we all know about the Bilbao effect, where the city of Bilbao was completely destroyed. It was unemployment up in the roof, and it was sad and post-industrial. And then suddenly Guggenheim built this enormous museum with the most expensive architect in the world, Frank Gehry, and it said boom, and suddenly the whole Bilbao changed. Not just the museum, but suddenly it went from culture as a cost, as something, oh, can we afford it, to becoming the new economy of Bilbao. Now actually Bilbao is booming economically because of Guggenheim. The hotels are fully booked because of the Guggenheim. The restaurants are fully booked because of the Guggenheim. So actually the art is financing the other businesses. And I think that's a very cool twist, just to realize we have to rethink the idea of art as something which is very expensive, and we have to see if we can afford it. It could be that kind of new church providing spiritual, intellectual, emotional, qualities we don't find in shopping malls or even schools. And I think there was a lot of talking about children today, which is nice, but I think that's also a problem, that children are not taught the value of art and philosophy and psychology. They are, fed with information, basically what they don't need. So I think we have to start much earlier to plant a seed, to create a larger understanding of what is the purpose of art.
To challenge, yeah, sorry, go for it.
For me, is art like a language. You have to learn the language, and I think it's necessary to speak that art language together. Also, I mean that also me, I have to learn. I learn from you. I learn from you. I learn from you. I learn from all of you all the time, and I think it's necessary to learn the art language as well. Also, all the people more and more. Yes. Also in the community, we have to talk about with all the people, like we do here. So it's it's every day. It's a big work to work with these things with art. We have to work and work and work. Yes.
I think just a little comment. I think what Menno told about the high ceilings, I think that was fantastic. I always thought about this myself, because I always stressed I need a studio with a high ceiling, and people say, why? You don't even make art in your studio, you make it in public space. And I said, I need to think. And you just proved my point, that you actually create different things if you have high ceiling. And I think that's also the function of art. You don't need art to decorate something, the wall of your sofa, but you need it to raise the ceiling, to have a perception of life which is a little bit higher than just the basic needs.
I actually said to Menno today earlier that I was looking forward to his talk, but remember, art is a thought, not a thing. So it's actually all happening in the brain, and it's all the things that you have said here, and it's all connected also to this. You could twist it to this economical, in this form that you are talking about, Lars, but it's also could also not be about money, because it's imagination. That's what you are offering. You're offering, the art is saying, hey, you could think like this. You don't have to think like you're doing now. You could change. Art is really, really funny and anarchistic in that way. And that can, of course, be challenging if you're going to use it only as a means to earn money or make something more expensive or develop and so on.
No, I totally agree. And the reason I brought up the money issue was that just to kind of like stop thinking in a very fixed way, which we always do, that, oh, that's too expensive, we cannot prioritize it. But of course it doesn't have to be about the money, but I think it's interesting to see that even this idea of art very often censored. I mean, we think we have no censoring in this part of the world. We think that's in China and North Korea. But we use again and again money as an issue for not doing cultural events. And that was my point. It's such a cheap investment. You give an artist $1 million and you get value back for 5 million or 10. But of course, you're right. It's not about the money. It's about how people think about art as a cost or as a value.
I want to make a comment for you, Lars, because yesterday you was talking about your work in the library in Oslo, Deichmanske. I've been there and I didn't know your philosophy behind that work, you know? I came inside, I saw this, I will provosere litt, decoration. It was, for me, it is an art piece, beautiful, nice, and yes. And so it's not necessary for me to know always what is behind all the things. And yeah, it was amazing to see your project there.
Thank you.
Although I didn't know anything about...
Of course, it's amazing to look at, and that's also important for me. I think the former idea of conceptual art is that it was only smart and intellectual and didn't have a aesthetical value, or you work aesthetically and it has no meaning or no concept. I totally love to kind of provoke both those cliches, because I think you should do what you do, just look at it. But if you say, was this all? Is there something more? And there's a catalog there for free, people can get it, and you can read about it and the story behind it. So there is more. But of course you can just think it's beautiful. But I'm just saying that's not why I did it.
It was also very nice to hear yesterday all about that project. That was the extra. Thank you.
Okay, next question is, so Kristiansund calls itself the city of culture, and there are many other places who do that. What are the requirements to be called the city of culture?
Let me start with that, because I was the one who sent in the national application for becoming the city of culture in Kristiansund. And when I did, I was confronted not only by everyone around us, but by my own people at my department. Why on earth would you do that? We're not finished. We've not accomplished what we should have as a cultural city. And I said, I've seen Norway's cultural cities. There is nothing that should prevent us from being that city. And I think that we wait and wait until everything's perfect and until we've reached a certain level or whatever. But we need to actually put our faces and heads out there and say, you know what, we know that we're not perfect, but we're trying to do something about it. Getting this acknowledgement would actually lift this. It would force it up into the political atmosphere, so that also our own politicians, our own people actually living here can acknowledge the importance of culture. So it's not only to put a stamp on, okay, nailed it. It's more to actually get it up and say, you know what, this is important. As a society, we need to have a focus on this. We need to spend money on it. And I have to say that in Kristiansund, what I know about the municipality, which is actually quite a lot, is they're actually willing to put hundreds of millions on a table to do this project. And of course, it's important to have projects that are not also publicly funded for many reasons. But at least we now have the infrastructure to facilitate so much more than what we've done before. And we're talking about the kids, and the reason why I'm talking a lot about them is exactly what you're saying. We need to educate them so that when they see that in Deichmanske or wherever it is. I remember I was opening an opera here in Kristiansund one year, and I said, okay, you're now going to see this and this. Don't feel stupid. I don't understand it. I'm the head of culture. I don't understand what's going on stage, but it's funny, and it's good music, and something's happening here, and I can kind of figure out in my own head, why was he killing that person now, and why is she lying down there, and why are everyone's kissing, and why is this a chaos? But what we need to teach our children is, when you meet art, don't feel stupid. There's no reason. You should feel angry or provoked or happy or just think it's nice. But it has to do with the individual. So I'm just, yeah. I think.
What were the criteria, or what were the arguments you wrote when you wrote the application?
We're super. I wrote that we're actually putting funding in, we're using money on culture. This didn't have anything to do with sports, by the way. This was arts and culture. I said that we're partners in the opera, in the museum, in all of these different institutions. So there was a lot of substance to it. But of course, there's a lot of stuff that we don't do, and that was also a focus. If we get this title, we can then start focusing on this and this and this that we need to build further on. So it was just as much to get it up in the attention it's not the crown, it's kind of like the symbol and the attention you get. So I still think Kristiansund is a cultural city.
But can it then be said to be a gentrification? Since that is the kind of aim, then it can't be said to be a gentrification.
Well, what do you mean by that?
By art washing something, you give it a certain value. It's like raising a poor neighborhood by letting artists rent studios there.
Yeah.
And then because it's cheap, and then artists raise the value of the area, and when the prices on the rent of the housing comes to a certain level, artists are being kicked out, poor people are being kicked out, and the developers reap the benefits of the process. And that's what we mean by gentrification. It's like, where is the competence to fill these buildings that we're because we have art education here? Is it like, where is if it's 12,000 square meters, where is the knowledge to build those, like to build the shell, to fill the shell?
Are you talking about the cultural house now?
This cultural house, I'm talking
Yeah.
about like the thing that's going on in Norway now, where all the cities want to be culture cities. It's like, well, it's certainly not just because they're super interested in art and culture. It's because they see that it's a mechanism for raising the value, and that's what I'm interested in. Because I'm like, if we're building these huge institutions, we really need the people to fill it with knowledge. So I'm like, is it focused on bringing art education to campus, for example?
Yes.
Is it a higher art education, like a real art education?
Yes.
Into campus? Those kind of things.
Yeah.
That's the interesting part. It's like that house is a Potemkin village until it's filled with something.
Okay, so the 4 parties that are going to be in it aren't competent?
No, they are probably competent, but they're going from kind of small institutions to going to a big one, a large one. And don't you need people to fill those big spaces? So are you going to import them to the city? Is it? But I'm just wondering. These are questions that are irrelevant, I guess. It's like, where are the creative people, the professionals?
So let's hear the reply.
No, I think it's a valid question, and it's an important one. And I think that you're actually not addressing it to the right person, because I hear you. I'm very much in tune with what you're saying, but I'm just saying that this particular project is not gentrification. But I think that just by showing that we're actually putting money where the mouth is in these types of projects now in Kristiansund, it shows that, you know, even though the politicians aren't here today, they are interested in this. They just don't have this knowledge necessarily. You know, they don't have the knowledge about marine industry. They don't have knowledge about construction. They don't have the knowledge necessarily about education. They don't know these areas of expertise, but you do. So, which is why I was also so happy today to see so many artists and so much competence here, because this is rare. This is not necessarily something that we could do if the municipality, if the region, if the state was inviting. That you invited us here today means that different types of people show up. So I think that these types of arenas too need to be put in place and actually be put in, you're going to have more seminars, I hope. And I think that the rest of us who are working in these larger institutions, we need to build up under this. We need to support it, and we need to say yes, and we need to be here, because this is not something that we can do. So we need all these aspects to actually manage to get this train running. Yeah.
But you talked a little bit about it with the library section.
Yeah.
Because I think the role of a leader of a library isn't what it used to be. It's more a curator
Absolutely.
than it is anything else.
Yeah.
So the roles of the institutions have changed so much.
Yeah.
So there has to be some form of like leveling up. You know?
Yeah, and we're building a house that's going to house 70, 80, 90 people from day one, professional, cultural people, and that's just the start of that project. But you're quite right, like everything needs to be connected to everything here. So higher education, all of those things are going to start rolling. Yeah.
Am I right in remembering that Rensvik was one of the people, or if not the person who ensured that the orchestra in Kristiansund could afford being an orchestra by hiring them teaching at the Kulturskola? Is this right?
The combination, yeah.
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 So maybe that's the type of thing that you're referring to, like ensuring that you just don't hire the artist project-based, but ensure that they can stay. So it's a sustainable solution in that sense. Am I right?
Yeah, kind of. You need, like, if you have the houses, you need the infrastructure. So absolutely, to give jobs, of course, to people who come, but also it's like to raise the level.
But can I just comment one last thing, and then I'll stop hugging the microphone. But what I also mean by understating that these are going to be competent cultural professionals is that these are also competent people in ordering this type of
initiative.
Well, yeah, and I'm thinking that, you know, when we know what we're looking for, and we know we're not looking for, we want you to paint this type of picture with these colors, such and such. We want you to be an artist. You know, that we go from the purely instrumental use of art, but actually allow for it to be an experimental stage and to be like, it's the whole process of it. So I think the more competence we build within the municipality, but within the region, within everyone who's working with this on a daily basis, also the bureaucracy, not least the bureaucracy, I would say, the higher and higher this is going to reach. So I have absolute faith that we're going to be a competent, what do you call it, bestiller in English?
What?
When you book something, when you buy something. So we're going to be a
Booker?
competent customer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Booker.
Yeah.
I want to say something. I think it's great that you build the culture house and the opera looks amazing. But I think just to give credits to Carl, I think this kind of initiative is super important because it's a independent institution, and I think for the visual art at least, it needs a lot of space which is independent from, you know, the public taste or the public opinion of what is art and so on, and to kind of have a experimental space where you can put in crazy art for a short period, and you don't have to have a lot of staff to take care of it as a museum, because you don't have a collection. You can just bring it in and bring it out again. That's the definition of a Kunsthalle, which is a German term. And it's also interesting that in Germany, it's actually by law said that every single city in Germany, they have to have a Kunsthalle. Otherwise, they won't get the definition of being a city. So, there must be a Kunsthalle in Kristiansund, and Carl is the perfect leader for it. I just hope that you can get serious funding for it as an independent institution, and that you can collaborate with more state-funded and city-funded institutions, but you definitely need more than one. And I have to say I'm very critical to, for example, the new National Museum of Norway, that they put everything under one roof, like the Architect Museum, the National Gallery, the Contemporary Art Museum, which used to be in the bank. Everything was put together, so now you have like Brudeferden i Hardanger next to a wedding dress, and you have a soundtrack of Edvard Grieg next to it, so it all goes together, and it's easy to think this is contextual, but that's wrong. This is not contextual, it's just a mess. So it's much better to have, like in Berlin, we have so many different museums in the same city. So you go from Neue Nationalgalerie to Alte Museum to Hamburger Bahnhof to Bode Museum to Gemäldegalerie, and you go to Kunstwerke. You can go on and on and on. You can walk for days from museum to museum, and every museum is different. It has a different collection, has a different curator team. So it's not going to be flat, and I think that's the problem with these huge houses with everything in one kind of shopping mall, that it could be a little bit flat. So you need a diversity of art institutions, and you need a subculture. And I realized, I checked fin.no, I mean, this city is just a grab. You know, you should put it out there, and you would have like 500 artists buying a villa for less than the price of a Tesla in Kristiansund. So, I mean, this could be the new Berlin if you want it. It's so cheap, and it's such a great place, great food, and Carl could be the president. Of the new scene. So I think, you know, that was amazing to be here and to hear all the talks and to see this kind of subculture just starting to bubbling up. I really wish the best of luck. Thank you.
Well, before I ask you, or before you come with your question, I actually want to challenge you a bit. Because, for example, just to put into perspective, I prefer folk music over, folk musicians over very intellectual musicians, because I find them easier to understand. So I prefer the work that Marco did over, this is an unpopular opinion, but I thought the Guggenheim Museum was ugly. And it made me angry, and then I got even more angry because I was like, this is art, so it's okay to be angry, but I just really hate it, and I can't hate it, but I can hate it. But my question is like, how do we engage people into art if we make it so isolated, and it's like, no, like, you know, okay, yeah, cool with the public, but let's be independent and let's do our own thing, and it's not our responsibility to tell the society you should appreciate us. It's not job to pitch the same way as actually other people do as well. So, yeah, there you go.
I know what you're trying to say. I'm not saying art should be isolated. That's why I decided very early on to work with art in public space, because I thought a lot of artists are isolating in their studios. And they say, don't bother me, just leave me alone, I want to make my art. And they want to show it in a white cube, so only, you know, the people who love art show up. So it's actually very protected. So I decided very early on to do public art because it's where you get the most slaps in your face and most criticism, and you become a hate object. And Aftenposten starts to call you a dokunstner. So that's why I don't see it that way you say. I don't think art should isolate, but I think art should be free to do whatever the artist likes, if you manage, because there is a very heavy filter anyway to do things in public space. So you can't just do anything you like anyway, but you can try. And I think the ideal situation for an artist is to at least think that you are free. Then you have economical limitations, space limitations, bureaucracy, and a lot of limitations. So you're not that free anyway, but I think it's important to have an idea of art as somehow independent from ideology, from group dynamics, that it's still one individ behind it. And that's what I'm saying with independent. But I really think art should connect. But it's okay when you also trigger. You say you become angry, but that's also okay.
Yeah.
Why is being angry kind of like an emotion which we don't like? I like being angry, and I also like to be happy. I mean, it's like you can't have either or. So I think art should have a range of different kinds of expressions. But that's, again, back to the coziness. I think even coziness is good, but if it's only coziness, then we're back to being fundamentalist again. If you can only say, there is only one God, and Jesus Christ, and hallelujah, and you're not even allowed to doubt it, then we are in trouble. So you can have coziness, but don't use it as a sedative, just to float around, and you know, art should be everything from decoration to provocation and everything in between. So I think you need the institutions, but you also need the independent things. You need the anarchists, and you need the commercial galleries stealing your money by 50%. And you need all these kind of things, because you need an underwood of culture. Otherwise, you cannot be a culture city if you have just one museum. You have to have a diversity of all kinds of crazy things, and you need art education, you need housing, you need studios, and you need art journalists who can write about it, who can communicate it to the people and tell people why is this art interesting. So you need smart people to translate it for you and say, why is this nice?
Yeah, so the journalists can become, or people like journalists can become our linking point.
Look at sport journalists. They are the most paid journalists, because they can talk about how interesting football is, and it's a huge field. Every day you turn on the TV, it's like you have the news, 20 minutes, and then you have 10 minutes of football at the end, and then the weather. Imagine to have the last 10 minutes with culture. People would be so educated and so enlightened about why is art important. But we choose to go for football and cross-country skiing. And I talked with Lars Elling, another brilliant artist in Norway, and he said he had researched it, that Norway, until the 20s, they actually had been putting a lot of focus on the arts and the whole nation building with Wergeland and Grieg and Ibsen, all these kind of things. I mean, art was big, and then suddenly there was a political decision in the beginning of the 20s that Norway should change the nation-building method from culture to sports. And that was actually a decision to go to sports and to use sport as a new nation-building thing that connects everybody, and everybody can look at football and langren and hop and so on. So it's a political decision, and we can change that back if we just fight for it.
Just one question.
I just want to add, like, I think the most important question is how can we as a community or in this county or whatever lift this artistic initiative like it is to survive? Because let's ask ourselves, how many hours do we think Carl has put down to make this happen for us to sit here? How much money does he actually earn to make us sit here? And so the question he asks is really important, because I think the access you have, will have, it's so important that we have an awareness of that, because if not, it's here for a while and then it disappears. We need to see the network, what different, the professionality comes into the society. So how can we take care of that?
Can I answer that?
Yeah? Do you want the microphone? Yeah.
It's because Møre og Romsdal commune or fylke, Møre og Romsdal doesn't like most of the commune in Møre og Romsdal doesn't have a culture plan. They have no plan for culture. It's like 8 out of 26 communes have absolutely no funding. Only 8 of 26 communes have a support system for artists. We have to start there. We have to start on getting implemented culture, to get a kulturavdeling. Each commune needs to have a kulturavdeling. How else are you going to do it? So it needs to be done on that level. It needs to start to get funding into the communes, into fylke, into art, because 94% of the communes, like almost 100%, have no culture plan, have no that's what we need. We need Møre og Romsdal to get their fucking act together. Like, seriously.
And that is what we are doing in this year, making this plan. So we have started, that's the point. But I want to say that for me it's art and music and visual art, and what art is like food. I need these things to live. And if we take all away, what's happened then? It's also for the body and brain. You have to have these things. And I think sometimes I want to eat beef, like this house, and sometimes I eat different things, and all these things is necessary for me to live. Yes. So also, I mean, if this is a kulturby, I mean, if you see to the different things, it's a lot of things happening also here. But of course, yes. But what's for me? This place.
Of course, there's a lot happening. It is.
Yeah.
I'm not slagging anyone.
Yeah.
It's just like if we expect more money to come from governments into Bjørnådal,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I think things are happening. It's going to happen in the next. I think the Kulturrådet and Koro, they have seen what's on in the last, perhaps last 2 years. It's a different things happening in Møre og Romsdal. And why is it happening? Yeah, because we are working with these things. Me and you and other people.
You had an answer?
No, I just wanted to answer what you actually asked about. How are we going to take this onwards? And I'm thinking, as a concrete suggestion, that we should actually have, we should set, this sounds very municipality when I say it out loud. In my head it was better. So I'm sorry. But we need to sit down together more often. We need to have, I don't know, some kind of working group. It doesn't need to be politically decided. You say that we decided on sports. I'm begging to differ, but I see that it actually did work in some way in the society building. You said that in the 20s we shifted towards sports from the culture. And yeah, and if we want to shift this back, I think that we need to be some individuals, to be quite precise, that need to sit down together and talk about this on a regular basis to actually find out, okay, who can talk to who? How can we contribute to pushing this forward? It's amazing to have seminars like this, but this is an ongoing work, and we need to have more people into that pool, because usually it's the authorities, it's the bureaucracy, maybe some artists, like we're really lucky to have Brit with us heading the committee here, and all of you having initiative, but we need to put a system to it. And that's the language that the society understands. So I'm thinking that we should put down, some people need to talk to each other on a regular basis from this day onwards, to see how can we change this, or how can we speed it up, because things are happening. And I don't know where you got that number with the cultural plans from, but that's incorrect. So I will...
Give me the right number then.
For how many municipalities have a cultural plan? Or do you mean an art plan?
No,
Oh, that's a different, yeah, that's different, yeah.
Yeah, art, but
That's correct.
many of them doesn't even have a culture plan.
A lot of them do. So not 98% of the municipalities in Møre og Romsdal, that's not correct. But
I want the right numbers then.
Yep.
If you can tell me that it's wrong, then you have to prove the right, give me the right number.
I will, I'll send it to you afterwards, Carl.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I was wondering, we were talking about the youth and children. What about the school education? What's a creative subject in the school? I mean, it started somewhere.
It's so poor. It's so low level. They're still teaching middle-age techniques. It's like you have to draw to become an artist. It's like, seriously, we're in 2023. You need to draw to become an artist? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So, before we round up, I actually want to also share my opinion on this. When we used to do marketing strategies for businesses, we wouldn't convince the businesses. We would go and see what the people wanted, and then we would argue to the businesses. We need to see what the people want and then argue to the politicians, because they don't care unless you, the voters, decide. The second thing is, when they come with a cultural house and they go, we got the funding for it, okay, this is I really love this city, I love the people, but their immediate response is, oh, it's going to go down, it's not going to go well. Well, you need to support them then. If you want this to go well, you need to support the people who are doing this sort of stuff. So that's my reply, in this case at least. Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, specifically Carl.
I mean, we're from this place, because it is a different initiative with very different muscles, if I can say so. So it's not a question I want a direct answer. I
Well, it could be with the business plan.
I don't expect an answer.
No, sorry. Yes, go for it.
I think it wasn't meant to be as a negative response to the Culture House. I think it was more like a second thought about when you do such a great thing, it's important not to use it as a pillow to sleep on to not do other things, because that's what very often happens. Oh, now we did so much for the arts, so now we don't have to do anything anymore. And I think that was the kind of alarm clock. It was more about, don't think this is enough, but it's great. But just to put in this boring money issue again, we put a lot of money into sports, right? I mean, I think just smørebussen to the cross-country team in Sochi was about 35 million, and that was without the workers, you know, just the bus. And some other numbers, let's say Haaland, I think he makes the same amount of money a year which you have as total budget on the whole Culture House, just for a comparison. So, you know, the sports, they don't really need state funding because they actually are a money machine. So I think it's very important that, of course, the arts and the culture should be grateful for the money, but it's really very little money in comparison to what it brings back. Because it brings back, like today's topic, it brings back place identity. If you come from New York, it's cool because you have Metropolitan, you have Museum of Modern Art, you have the High Line, you have everything which people relate to in New York. It's just not because it's high-rises, it's because it's a cool cultural city. Or why do you go to Paris? Just to ride the subway? No, it's because you want to go and see art and culture. And why do you go to Berlin or London? It's always the culture, which is the destination why you go places. In the 80s, people went to the Mediterranean just to get a bad, severe skin burn, you know? But now people go to cultural cities to experience things. And so culture is a destination, and it's a very cheap one compared to the sports. And I think it's just, I hated when I was a student that the sports and the culture was put together in the same department, Ministry of Culture. And I think this has nothing to do with each other, but I like it more and more because I think, well, then we should have the same conditions. I also want a smørebuss for 35 million with a coach and a psychologist and everything. So when I'm tired after a show, I can you massage a little bit there and a little bit more here. I mean, the arts should be much more prominent, and that's why I'm also not so afraid of this elite thing. We are very afraid of calling it elite in Norway. But look at the football again. They have the elite series. Nobody says, oh, that's so elitist. It's like, I love the elite series, have another beer. You know, so nobody complains about the elite series in the sports. So why are we so afraid of being the elite? Elite means you're good. And why do we think that the elite is destroying the width? And then back to the sports. Nobody thinks that when Marit Bjørgen wins 25 gold medals, that normal people stop liking cross-country skiing. On the contrary, kids, they want to learn this because they also want a gold medal. So bredde and elite is not a contradiction in the sports, but in the culture we always put them up together as like, so what do you want, elite or do you want folkloric art? So that's a very manipulative way of discussing culture. Of course we want elite. That's why we build a fucking Munch museum. But we also want people to, you know, go to ballet lessons or learn to play the piano. But it's not either or. And that's why I like it more and more to compare myself with the sports, because they fixed all that and they make tons of money. And nobody says to Haaland, oh, I think he's so commercial, why do you make so much money? People love him, they want his autograph. if I made 1 billion a year, people would say, that's a fucking commercial artist. He's such an elitist. So take the sports rhetorics and just turn it around and use it for yourself, and you will have a great success.
I think you and I should discuss privately. but I think Carl is probably the best answer to how we can support, or like, was it a rhetorical question? Oh, we can, yes. Thank you. Did you want to say anything?
I just want to,
I want to present the numbers. I want to present the numbers of this
Well, that's what's nagging you. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
I just have to leave.
Yeah.
Because so I want to...
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank all of you for coming. Thank you, all of our technicians. And we want to thank you, speaking of money, Sparebank Normoria, Koro, Kristiansund kommune, Møre og Romsdal fylkeskommune, and Cultitude for supporting Kunsthallen. And some people here, Carl, want you to come to the stage. Come to the stage, yes. So, as a thank you from the people here, this is yours. Thank you for getting everyone here and giving the space to talk. So well done. Yes.